Me te mata te hui ki te karakia ma Councillor Templeton te karakia.
Mauri ore ki te whare, te mitimata ki te karakia. Tukuna whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura. He teo, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora.
Kia ora.
Yeah.
Just before we get the meeting started, we're just trying to sort out an overflow with a live stream, because obviously COVID restrictions means we can only have so many people in the chamber. So I just want to make sure that is started before we get into the meeting proper. I just had to start it within the 10-minute time frame. So I'm just going to adjourn for a few minutes just to make sure everything's set up, and then we'll restart it again. Obviously the room's at capacity, so we'll have to restrict people coming into here at the moment unless they're actually doing a deputation. I've decided, and the councillors won't be aware, to change the order slightly, and we'll do the first 4 deputations, which is on item 8, and then we'll hear item 8, and then we'll go and do the rest of the deputations and hear the item that concerns. So first of all, I have apologies for early departure from Jimmy Chen and lateness from Sam McDonald. Is there any other apologies I'm not aware of? Okay, do I have some? Councillor Templeton?
Happy to second those, Mr. Chair.
Too slow. Andrew Turner. All those in favour? And just to note, Councillor Goff is zooming in. He's a bit unwell, but he's getting better slowly.
Good.
Any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of previous minutes? Moved Councillor Scandrick, seconded Councillor Templeton. All those in favour? There's no public forums. We'll move on to the deputations. So just so everyone's aware, the deputations are 5 minutes long, and that will include questions if you want to have any questions. So we're going to start, and the first 4 will be on the item around urban design review of medium and high density housing in Christchurch. And the first deputation is from Jocelyn Silcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. My name is Jocelyn Silcock. I live in central Riccarton, which is classified as residential medium density. Walking around the area, it is depressing to see the newer dwellings have little private outdoor spaces. Landscaping is minimal. On some properties, a 20 to 30 centimetre strip running the length of the access way is the only garden area in a wide expanse of concrete or asphalt surrounding the front of the dwellings. In some places there are no plantings, only weeds growing. A metre and a half wide strip across the back of the dwelling is the only private space afforded. The artist's impression of the development usually shows very attractive plantings, even wide green areas, which unfortunately do not translate to reality. Residential medium density means one villa is replaced by 4 units with a total of 14 bedrooms. Owner-occupiers or tenants who take pride in maintaining their gardens are the exception, not the rule. 16 years ago, the character of Central Riccarton meant there were front gardens and more trees. Admittedly, not all front gardens were as well maintained, with a flourishing floral display as the unit on the corner of Nelson Street and Picton Ave. Developers like to start with a clean slate, so every living plant is removed, especially large mature trees that have provided homes for the bird life. It took over a year for the bird population to return in our street when 3 mature trees, including a magnificent gum, were removed prior to the redevelopment. I'm sure an aerial view of Picton Ave private spaces 20 years ago would be in sharp contrast to the concrete and asphalt of today. Medium density definitely means a move from a garden suburb to minimalist plantings. I realise it's not possible in a residential medium density zone for every development to have a front garden or every dwelling. Good site planning must be possible to improve, as the report states a need for space allocated to front gardens and accessway planting. I feel privileged to own a property that reflects the crime prevention through environmental design policy, where there is a transition from public space to our front door. It seems we have more private space in at the front of our townhouse than the individual units in the new complex on the corner of Deans Ave and Riccarton Ave will have. Many properties in central Riccarton do not seem to meet the requirements stated in section 14.5.2.2 of the city plan for 20% of the site, for landscaping of which 50% shall be trees and shrubs. Storage of recycling bins are an added problem to solve when space is limited. The site planning by the developer enabled us and our attached neighbours to also enjoy an enclosed yard off our lounge with, in our case, room for an apricot tree, a passion fruit vine, a robina tree, as well as vegetables, ornamentals, and a safe haven for our 15-year-old Jack Russell. Although the residential medium density complex on the corner of Deans Ave and Riccarton Road is not within the central Riccarton area, they are part of the approach to the Riccarton shopping centre and sited opposite the fabulous Hagley Park. It is difficult to envisage how the completed development will complement the ideal of a 21st century garden we are proud to live in. There are so many units with doors that are a few steps from the footpath on Riccarton Road. There does not look to be space conducive to planting. I hope innovative landscaping design on this site will model how owners, tenants can achieve gardens that encourage involvement and inspire a design to maintain a sustainable, property enhancing environment. How can children be inspired to develop green fingers when many developments have very limited or no green space? Does close proximity to all the magnificent trees in Hagley Park mean trees are not required in the communal areas of our medium density environment? Communal tree requirements are identified as not being met in the report. With so little ground area included in site design, there is often not sufficient space between adjoining units or the large houses on the plan to allow for a canopy spread. It seemed that 2 saplings on a corner site near me must have been required as part of the planning consent process, as they disappeared on the back of the trailer after a month. Landscaping implies thought and design. The impression is that the least possible amount of design is the goal. The city plan sets expectations, but there seems no requirement to meet the expectations. The challenge for the council and council planning department is to lift the standard of landscaping from minimal to good quality design that enhances the environment and complements the garden city vision.
I'm sorry, Jocelyn, I'm going to have to stop you there because you've run out of time. And thank you, it's very clear actually what you were saying. And I guess for everyone that's doing deputations, I'm going to apologise now because I will have to be very strict on the 5-minute time limit because of the amount we do have today.
Thank you.
But thank you very much. Helen Broughton.
Thank you. Good morning. I've come today to speak on residential medium zoning. I was first elected to the community board, and this zoning in Riccarton was in place. So it's been there for 25 years. It's largely on the south side of Riccarton Road, but also a section on the northern side between Deans Avenue and the railway line. So if you look on your map, it's clearly marked. Residents have been living with this for 25 years. It's not a good environment, and I think it's getting worse. So I support you completely in undertaking this study, and I ask you to move promptly to see if you could make changes to the district plan. One of the issues I've come across being on a resource management hearing, that we were advised there's 70 to 77 households in 1 hectare. In the district plan, and it was emphasised to the hearings panel in 2015, the staff thought there would be 30 households per hectare. In fact, I think there's 70 to 77, but if we take that aside and look at the actual report, it's 58. So whichever figure you take, 58 or 70, it's twice the size of what the planners projected at the time they formed the district plan. So, and I sat through the district plan hearings around this, and I very clearly recall them saying 30 households per hectare. Now that hasn't happened, but I think if you can look at that, I don't know how you actually control it, but it's going far beyond what was actually anticipated. Second point I'd like to make, this residential medium zone does not achieve the objective. 14.2.4 in the district plan states high quality, sustainable residential neighbourhoods which are well designed, have a high level of amenity, enhance local character and reflect the Ngāi Tahu heritage for Ototahi. So it doesn't meet any of those. And it's poor site layout, minimal outdoor space, getting smaller and smaller, visually no concern for the streetscape, and very few trees and sort of landscaping. There's also other effects which haven't, now those are touched on in your report. The other effects are there isn't enough parking, and that leads to parking on the berms and footpaths. So it looks very, very cluttered. The homes become tenancy rather than home ownership. And so it's fairly transient population. At one stage when I first was elected, it was seen as a third of people changed over within an election cycle. I would say now it's half. That's just a guess, but it was at one stage 33% moved within 3 years. The third point, older houses becoming tenanted as well, possibly young people and students, and look exceedingly run down. So the owner is buying them, renting them, and then putting them up for development. So I think in the plan you intended to have new housing at medium density levels, but you expected older housing as well. Well, the older housing looks very derelict. So it's not meeting what was thought, in fact, the plan. So I know that some of you won't be familiar with the effects of medium density, so I would ask you to have a walk around and have a look at what's happening on that south side of Riccarton Road. I know that the Mayor has done that, and I'd sort of ask others to do that. I had a list of recommendations. I'll hand this out, or what the staff can, but probably one of the first ones I'd ask you, that you convene a working group of residents' associations in these zones and possibly other parties to understand their concerns. What's really happening for the people who live in these zones? And you've got to 5 minutes. If you want to grab those. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next deputation is from Greg Partridge. Welcome.
Good morning councillors and chair. Thank you for having us. My name is Greg Partridge. I live in a residential medium density zone in Richmond and did my first deputation to a committee, the Regulatory Performance Committee back in October 2018. It's now 21 months since November 2018 when an urgent request was made by council staff to investigate the operation of the district plan, and that request was made by the Regulatory Performance Committee. We are finally presented with the Urban Design Review, which clearly indicates the standard of residential developments are not achieving the high quality and amenity that the district plan sets out. The review doesn't indicate at what point senior urban designer David Hatton, the team leader city planning David Falconer were engaged, but it is disappointing that there's not been more urgency applied by them, General Manager Brenda Nanstis, nor in fact the Regulatory Performance Committee for the review to be presented much sooner. I say that due to the fact that during those 21 months, an awfully large number of poorly designed developments were constructed, consented, and therefore have created poor outcomes for many residents and neighbourhoods across the city. How many more of these substandard developments that are failing to achieve high quality design and amenity are currently under construction? How many more will continue to be granted resource consents until such time as corrections to council staff's application of the district plan are addressed and in fact adopted? The review demonstrates no focus regarding developers clear felling established trees, nor the deforestation of the tree canopy as a result of poorly designed developments, yet the Christchurch City Council has a lengthy web page dedicated to the benefits of trees. The web page speaks to the environmental, economic and social benefits that large and established trees have in neighbourhoods, and I quote, "Trees enhance neighbourhood character and amenity. Trees contribute to the livability of Christchurch by naturalising built environments, softening harsh outlines of buildings, complementing building development and screening unsightly views." The webpage speaks to how urban intensification adds to urban heating and how trees counteract that. It speaks of how trees manage stormwater flows through their canopies and root systems. Urban intensification reduces the amount of land that is able to act as a natural filter of stormwater and pollutants due to the fact that land is smothered with impervious paving, buildings, paths, driveways, etc. If the council were to legislate for the retention of existing specimen and established trees, it would reduce the stormwater runoff, would vastly improve the amenity of developments, and would also address the issue of over-intensification. In May of 2019, this council declared a climate emergency, and in the council's strategic framework document, meeting the challenge of climate change through every means available is one of the strategic priorities that is listed. Why then are established trees and residential developments being ignored when they are an important part of not only the amenity equation, but also an incredibly valuable environmental asset? Do we want Christchurch to become a concrete jungle or an urban forest? The resource consent applications for all of these substandard developments were evaluated by council staff. They should all have been assessed under the rules and guidelines in the District Plan and Resource Management Act. None of them should have been permitted to be constructed when they failed to achieve the high quality design and amenity standards. Certain developers in Christchurch market themselves as being committed to innovation and design, environmental responsibility and building the most livable city, but talk is cheap. If developers are submitting plans that are not achieving those high quality standards, They should not be rubber stamped by council staff with a green light to proceed until such time as they actually do.
Thank you. You've left time for questions too. Is there any questions, Greg? Tim?
Can I have a copy of your submission, your speech? Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
You mentioned about pervious concrete, didn't you? Well, yeah, there are sometimes developments that go ahead that have driveways that don't even have concrete at all, but instead gravel. But sometimes, which is very good in terms of soaking up water, but often residents who live nearby don't like it because they're worried about weeds growing and things like that. So it's just a comment really, but have you got any thoughts on that?
If you have the gravel deep enough and weed matting under it, you won't have weeds growing in it. And if owners are responsible owners, they will actually take pride in their property and actually pull the weeds or spray the weeds.
Excellent. Thank you, Greg, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Colin Stokes.
Kia ora all. I've been designing housing in Christchurch for 40 years, back to the time when we had half a dozen district plans throughout Christchurch. I participated in the replacement district plan hearing, submitted to that and was very much party to all of the residential discussion we're having now about the medium density zone. What you're being told, the councillors and the public are being told, that there's no density standards for medium density zones, is not only an oxymoron and contrary to the objectives and policies of the district plan, it's factually wrong. Rule 14.13.1.3 Housing Yield Qualifying Standards. Comprehensive development of a site shall deliver a minimum density of 30 households per hectare, 1 unit per 330 metres squared, and a maximum density of 65 households per hectare, 1 per 150 metres squared. Now, Rule 14.13.2.5 determines that anything above that 65 units per hectare is a non-complying activity. So there are rules in the district plan. What you've been told, you're being hoodwinked. Developers and council staff are not adhering to the district plan. These rules are clear. And as other speakers have said, if you look to the policies and objectives of the district plan, it's very clear. Medium density is for medium density character, etc. Now, these rules here are in relation to enhanced development mechanism, which is the district plan recognises that if you've got a larger site and it's close to schools, 4,000 square metre outdoor living area, parks, etc., supermarkets, etc., if they're close in there, close to schools, close to public transport, then they can have an enhanced mechanism where they can have an increased density over to what's generally allowed by the district plan, and that's up to 65 units per hectare. Now, even at 65 per hectare, and what's being approved is up to 100 units per hectare. And council staff and the public have been told this has to be allowed as of right. Well, it's nonsense. Even at 65 units per hectare, it's still a discretionary activity. So the council has the discretion whether they approve these developments or not. And with that higher density up to 65 per hectare, there's development standards that require high development standards. So there's increased about what's required as far as outdoor living areas and their service areas, etc. They all have to be complied with in addition. Well, not only is council staff allowing up to 100 units per hectare, they're also allowing them to breach these other critical standards, front yard standards. The one in Perth Street is about 2 metres closer to the road frontage than what's actually allowed. So what I'm telling you is that you don't need to address your district plan and go back to square one or go to the government to get it changed. You just need to interpret the district plan as it was met. So you don't have to go back to square one. You just need to sit down with your staff, look at these rules I'm telling you about, and look at what the district plan anticipated. Now, the hearings panel addressed council staff at this during the replacement hearing panel hearings, and they specifically mentioned, do we need to put in a per hectare requirement for units in the medium density zone, and staff assured them no you don't, because we've got these other standards in here that require specific upscaled design. And further, there's also this enhanced development standard that says 65 per hectare is the maximum, above which is non-compliant. Now, the district plan has to be read as a whole, which includes that. So when you're looking at medium density, you've got to look at the district plan as a whole, including these rules I've read out. If 65 per hectare is non-complying for an ideal site, close to schools, etc., it must be non-complying for any site. So I'll take questions if you like. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Okay, we'll now move on to the item 8, urban design review of medium and high density housing in Christchurch. I'll just ask staff to come to the table to present this item. Thank you, David. I'll just get you to give an overview of the report.
Sure. As you would have heard, this is a report which is reviewing the current district plan rules as they pertain to medium density and high density in Christchurch and the urban design outcomes that have been achieved. I'll let David sort of speak to some of the key findings. Is that right, David? Yeah.
So the report is an urban design report into the quality of housing that's been built under the most recent district plan. We took a sample of 46 developments in 4 different zones where multi-unit housing is permitted. Overall, the findings were that most of the housing reached a basic standard of urban design, but there were a group of around a quarter to a third of sites that didn't reach this level. There were also some sites that reached a higher level. A basic standard means that the development is satisfactory in most respects or has some areas of particularly good performance, some areas of poor performance that balance out as a whole. The particular issues we found, there were some issues that were quite consistently found to be unsatisfactory across the sample. And these included that the street interface was not always high quality, and issues often related to that to do with site layout. And the site layout issues arising were often that there was outdoor living space at the street front, which led to areas being fenced. There was insufficient space allocated for amenity issues such as planting. There were sometimes privacy conflicts with large windows looking out onto the street where people could see into the private areas of the house easily, or windows looking into each other. There are also issues to do with crime prevention through environmental design. And it's not that we think that the developments are dangerous as such, but they're not following best practice in creating high quality environments that lend themselves to age well. In areas where there wasn't much medium density built so far, so new medium density areas, there were transition issues because the new development, because it's of a larger scale, looks a little bit out of place. In the central city, there was similar issues, but really there, because of the generally greater scale of development, these were probably more related to the design of the developments rather than the scale of them. There was different performance in the different district plan zones. The rules within the zones are quite different. We found that the best results were in the residential medium density zone. There was a more consistent level of performance there, and the least good results were in the residential suburban density transition zone a little bit further out. and potentially this is related to the level of management of those zones in the district plan. We compared the results to a similar survey that we did in 2009, and we found that in the inner suburbs there's been a significant improvement in design since then. The same isn't really true in the central city. There was a higher standard of design in 2009, and it's potentially that's related to what's happened since the earthquake, the change in the building conditions and the market conditions. And that's a quick summary of our findings.
Aaron?
Yeah, so just a couple of questions relating to some of the points raised during the deputations. Firstly, Mr Stokes points about the breaches that he clearly claimed that are in the rules that are not being adhered to, so if we can get an answer to that. And then in your survey, there was another claim made by an earlier deputation that why are these being rubber stamped when it comes through in the design, you can see it there, but then we find it in a survey later on. How did it get to that point? It's kind of what the public are wanting to know.
So I think, as sort of David alluded to, there is rules in district plan. People are entitled to apply for a consent to breach those rules, and those rules will that application will be assessed. So all these applications that have required a resource consent have been assessed, and in some cases the effects have been deemed to be no more than minor. That's why they would have got consents. In some other cases, as David pointed out, there were some areas that were breaches, and there were some other positive aspects of it, and sort of on balance it was deemed satisfactory. There's also, I think, and it was alluded to in one of the deputations, and there is, the district plan sets objectives and policies about what we want to see in these areas, and I think this report highlights that maybe the rules, which are more set at a more minimum level, maybe aren't set at the right level to achieve the aspirations that we want. And so this report is highlighting that actually we maybe need to raise some of the rules. We also need to ensure that this is not just a regulatory response. There is also good education and good working with developers, and everyone needs to lift their game to achieve better design of these areas. And so we'll be using this to look at our district plan rules, but also working with the development community and on how we can improve things.
Just a follow on to that, if I can, Mr Chair. So, but then if those rules come in, like with Mr Stokes' point, they'll still be allowed to apply to breach them, so you don't get the outcomes you want.
So I think that one thing that we did note is that there has been an improvement since the 2009 survey. And what happened after that survey is that some new rules were brought in 2011. And that we expect has led to an increase in standards in the Living 3 zone and subsequently the residential medium density zone. So we think that demonstrates that the right rule sets can bring about an increase, and what we've done is to identify some areas where an improvement in standards is possible and related to the rules that are in place.
Thank you. Melanie?
I've got two questions. I think the first one's sort of similar to Aaron's actually. It's when you talked about them not meeting basic standards of urban design. So does that mean that that's been a breach, or that they have done something that wasn't originally understood by the planners or urban design staff when they went through the resource consent process?
So the applications, when they come in, are assessed under a set of restricted discretionary criteria, which were agreed under the independent hearings panel process. It's not necessarily that there's been a breach in the rules, but the ability to get a high quality outcome from the rules that are in place isn't always there, and it depends on the combination of the standards that are in place that agree basic matters like how much outdoor living space there should be and how much amenity space and amenity planting they should be, and the assessment matters. So the assessment matters are not potentially calibrated along with the rules quite right to get a high standard of design. So we reach a point where the development does enough good things that it has to be permitted under the plan.
And my second question is probably for both of you. Can you explain how the the National Policy Statement on Urban Development is going to be affecting future developments, especially with relation to car parking density and heights of buildings, and then how important that will be that the urban design or district plan that we have will be in mitigating any effects?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's going to be a real challenge. We've got this new National Policy Statement on Urban Development that the government's put out. They require us to remove all car parking requirements except for disability parks. So that means we can no longer require anyone to provide a car park. But when we change the rules, we've got 18 months to do that. It also requires us to review all the building height requirements and the density requirements, and it's asking us to really increase those in certain locations, so around centres and within walkable, around shopping centres I should say, and within walkable catchments of those areas and around the central city. Now we're still working through and waiting for more guidance from central government as to exactly where those areas will be, and we're also working with our the other councils around Greater Christchurch and also the other major cities in New Zealand, because this applies to the 5 major cities in New Zealand, as to how these will be, how these will work on the ground. We've got 2 years to change those rules, and we'll be doing that with public consultation with the community and doing a lot of work with the community on that. Now, that is probably going to lead to even more density in parts of the city. So that's going to mean, the design of that is going to be absolutely paramount to ensure that the more density, the higher heights doesn't detract from the quality. So yes, I know some people have suggested that the amount of density we're seeing at the moment is too much. The government are wanting to see even more density. So that's the direction that they've given us in terms of trying to have a compact city and rather than having sprawl and more carbon emissions and that kind of thing. So that's going to be a real challenge, how we achieve that and good quality. But we're up to the challenge, and this report puts us in a good place saying there are areas where we can improve. And we're willing to do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Jake.
David's. Hey, so I'm still, I thought I was clear after Aaron's question, but then after Melanie's I've become less clear. Are you saying that that where developments haven't been ideal, it's because they are at the poorer end of an allowed scale, or they're just simply outside what's allowed? And then if it's the latter, is it correct is it a fair interpretation to say that your team have signed things off as having a less than minor impact that in fact hasn't had a less than minor impact?
So the developments are assessed as whether they meet the standard expected in the district plan. The assessment takes place against the assessment matters in the plan rather than the policy. So there's a set of criteria that we have to look at, which is quite a limited set of criteria. The developments that are signed off are assessed as reaching those overall.
Right.
So they can have, sometimes there are some matters where it's clear that it's not as good as it could be, but it's compensated for by good performance in other areas. And that's a kind of, I believe that's how the plan is intended to work, that it's an overall performance. There is clearly a case where some developments are better than others, and they can reach a point where overall the balance of performance is considered to be appropriate, and those are ones that reach that basic standard, and that's probably what the plan is currently calibrated to allow for.
2 more. So 21 months, comment was made about that. How come it's taken so long? How will improvements be made, and how, will there be KPIs around how this works?
Yep. So yes, we did start this work 21 months ago, and we have come back and had a number of discussions on this report during that time. And one of the biggest issues we had is we didn't have a big enough sample size really to make conclusions, and that was because the rules came in place in 2017. So by 2018 we had some developments, but not really enough to be able to say this is a trend. We've now got more developments that has so we can now see what the trend is. We've also had the National Policy Statement on Urban Development being well signalled, and we knew that was coming, and we needed to make sure that that the review did not was not inconsistent with that. So that only came out in July. So yeah, there are a number of reasons why this has only come to you now, and we've brought it really as soon as we practically could.
Thank you. And finally, Greg's idea of greater protection for trees across the city. Is that something we could look at as part of our work on the district plan?
Yeah, yep. So yeah, there are protected trees in the district plan, and that was part of the review that went through the independent hearings panel. Yeah, we'd have to have sufficient evidence that there needs to be more trees protected. There was actually quite a number of trees that, for those who were involved during that process, that were actually removed from the list at that time, based on evidence. So it is an area where we need to make sure there's sufficient evidence to add more trees in, but we can if there is. Yeah.
Andrew.
Thank you. 3 questions, if I can. The first one's the simplest. Have the recommendations that Helen Broughton was proposing been handed around? I don't have those as yet. Can we get that handed around? Thank you. 2 further questions. So in terms of the matters of discretion that have been referred to, Colin Stokes has suggested in his deputation that the district plan isn't been adhered to and isn't been applied correctly. So is it possible, or is it the case, that the district plan as it's written, or interpretation of the district plan as it's written, could actually address and avoid the issues that have been raised without the need for change, as was suggested by Colin Stokes, or is that not the case?
The report discusses this. There are a few confined matters where we believe that some changes in interpretation could bring about some improvements, but generally it's not a systematic problem that if we want to improve standards, then some changes in the assessment matters are needed.
So it requires a plan change to achieve significant improvement?
Yes.
Thank you. And my final question, so referring to the deputation from Greg Partridge, the point's made that while this conversation's been going on for 21 months, and we've heard some of the reasons for that, development with some of the poor urban design outcomes, some of the issues raised continues. Is there anything that can be done in the meantime, realising the next piece of work is going to take some time? Is there anything that can be done to achieve improvement on a temporary basis, pending the outcome of the further work that's referred to in the report and the resolutions today? Or do things just have to continue the way they are in the meantime?
Well, development applications are subject to the process that we go through, and it's there's checks and balances with the possibility of appeal to court. So we assess applications in the way that we believe that they need to be assessed in terms of the legal process. There are, as I said, some areas of improvement which include crime prevention through environmental design and the amount of landscaping that we can achieve, where we think there could be some improvements we achieve with the current plan. So that's something that we can ensure that we carry out. But those more significant improvements, I don't think there's much we can do ahead of a plan change.
So it's really just the interpretation of the current rules. There's nothing that can be done to, on a temporary basis, address matters while this is being considered in an environment where we may expect that change will result once processes have been completed?
I mean, I think the fact that this report is now public, people are aware now of the issues and the areas where there can be improvement. I think that might help, not just when applications are assessed, but also, for the development community to see these are the areas that could be improved. A plan change does take time. There is quite a rigorous process through the RMA with public consultation. So that's not a quick fix, but we can ensure through education and through the fact that this is public now and discussions with developers and with the community that these things are considered in applications that are being assessed right now.
Thank you.
David Falconer, can I just perhaps assist Andrew in his question? The use of a practice note as a mechanism to provide some guidance around the interpretation issues, while Andrew's correct that the rule changes and the district plan policies themselves take some time to change. Do you want to provide some comment on the use of a practice note to guide the interpretation issues?
Yeah, so we can work with our consents unit, so that's who are the ones who assess these applications, to see if they can develop some practice notes in line with the report's findings, to ensure that when they process consents, they interpret these things in line with what this has found.
Would it be helpful to add something to the resolutions that
we'll
addresses that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Tim. Thank you. I think sometimes when we're talking about these types of things, it's good to define what they are, like a practice note, how that works and what that is to the general public, because this actually affects our residents and ratepayers. So when we get into the jargon, it's actually really good if we can define that. I guess for me, if we're looking at, say, a national policy statement which is written in Wellington by central government, which is based on, say, an Auckland-centric plan and how that affects Christchurch and what traps us into the rules and what we can and can't adjust on. Could you just give a really quick outline on that, because I think that's really important.
Yep. So just your first point, so a practice note is a note for the council planning staff or consenting staff to be aware of in terms of this is how some guidance as to how to interpret these rules. So that's something we can work on. In terms of the national policy statement, so there isn't a lot of room for variation at a Christchurch level. The rules have been set by central government. The main rules around density apply to the 5 big cities of Auckland, Hamilton, Tauranga, Wellington and Christchurch. And they set out that they want to see height limits increased and densities increased around those shopping centres and around public transport in the central city. There is some matters that we can take into account to amend some of those building heights. One's around heritage. There's some elements around hazards, and there's a list of them, but they're quite site specific. We can't have a blanket rule that says, we want to protect all of Christchurch. We want to protect, not have building heights. It's going to have to be very, very site by site. So we do have a very limited ability to move away from the national direction. Unfortunately, it's statutory mandated by the Resource Management Act.
Thank you very much for that, because I guess when we go out to consult, it's very important that people know that our district plan is trapped within a national policy statement, and there's only so much we can go outside that. So it's technically we can only set so much as a city, which seems ridiculous, but we won't go. I guess when you've got your sample of 45 and a third of them aren't reaching the basic design standards, that's an issue. So to answer that, there is a problem there. So do we need to lift our rules? Because I know that people come and they ask for a variant, and if it's within a certain amount, generally if it's going to a hearing panel, the commissioner technically will, on a technical basis, allow those. So there's a lot of moving and shaking. So do we need to lift the bar to ensure that moving and shaking is then lifted as well?
I think if we want to achieve that higher standard, then we would need to make some changes that would be aimed at doing that. And we've identified some particular areas of where improvements could be made, and that hopefully would lift the overall standard.
And with consultation, obviously, we'll hear from the residents and the ratepayers that these are areas that they are concerned of as well. So we'll be looking at those.
Yes, yep.
Great. And finally, I guess with councillors and our relationship and a committee's relationship with staff, those practice notes, what would be the best way forward to get a good understanding of that relationship of us reflecting our ratepayers' concerns and giving direction to staff? Because I know that it's really hard for you guys when you've got variants, etc., and you're going in front of panels and commissioners. So what do you think would be good to give us with regards to practice notes?
Within the current environment, if we assess an application, we have to assess it in line with the district plan.
Yep. So
in terms of what could be looked at a hearing, it would only be what's in the plan, and the practice notes would have to relate to the assessment matters we have.
So that would go back to through the consultation. If we lift the level for restricted discretionary criteria, then that would then reflect the practice notes, etc.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Cheers.
James Daniels.
Te mea tuatahi, kia ora to all the people who made deputations, and kia kōrua tēnā koe, tēnā kōrua. Look, apologies, I missed part of Councillor Scandrett's questions and your answers, so I may be repeating him. Nevertheless, people who are tuning in on this online will be maybe baffled by some of the jargon, some of the acronyms and initialisms, but I think that they will be a bit alarmed about some of the deputations that have been made, and I'll get to one of those in a moment. I've got two questions. David, you said that things are not as good as they could be, but they're better in some areas, and overall it's good enough at one stage. So I find that a bit alarming, that good enough is good enough. I don't think good enough is good enough. But you also note that you can see an improvement between 2009 and now, which is good. So in recognising the fact that council includes us, all right? So when I'm going to mention council in a moment, I mean us as well. So my question is, you said everybody needs to lift their games. Does that include council?
So addressing the point about the good enough, the report assessed developments on a 5-point scale, and we used the term basic satisfactory to mean it meeting a basic standard of design. And when I talk about basic or satisfactory, that's what I mean, that it meets a basic standard of design, but it's not what you'd call high quality. So it's not a value judgment, it's just a sort of a technical grading that it's satisfactory rather than good or poor.
But those were the words that were used. But
yes, I'm just clarifying what I intended by those.
Okay. So the question is, you said that everybody needs to lift their games. Does that include council?
Yeah, I mean, I think this report highlights that there is room for improvement, and we've acknowledged that, and so this gives us a real good evidence base to be able to make those changes to our district plan. Yeah. So yes, we can make improvements.
Thanks. Yeah. Right, then one of the deputations from Colin Stokes mentioned, and he was quite eloquent about it, and he repeated it a number of times, about the breaches of standards. What happens to those people who breach standards?
Sorry.
Yeah. So, when we say there's a breach, so people are entitled under the Resource Management Act to apply for consent to breach the rules. So it's not a situation where breaches are not allowed. It's that breaches must be assessed, and they must be considered, often by a panel, and then a decision is made whether that breach will be allowed or not. So that is a right that people have under the Resource Management Act, and so a lot of these consents have done that, and so that's why they have been allowed.
And just to follow up, the best developments are often not developments that comply with all the rules. They're developments that have a good design, and sometimes that involves breaking some rules in order to get a good overall quality of development. So to restrict ourselves to the idea that we must comply with the rules doesn't necessarily result in the best outcomes. That's why we have a discretionary application process, so that we can look at the overall outcome.
Yeah, and once again, I'll go back to what I started with, which is that Joe citizen, guy or girl, watching this wouldn't necessarily understand the technicalities of it and the nuances of it, because it sounds like things are going things are going pakaru, that they're broken. So it's really important that we put this into context, because then people understand far better than the way we do now. Okay, but thanks for the report.
Thank you, Leanne.
Just trying to understand the national policy statement on urban development that was gazetted on the 23rd of July. Will that prevent us from introducing maximums into the district plan? Because at the moment we have a net density requirement of at least 50 households per hectare for intensification development in the central city, and at least 30 households per hectare for intensification development in the medium density residential development zones. And my issue, and I know a number of issues have been raised by residents about the lack of maximums written into those two provisions, but most particularly the residential medium density zone.
The maximum is 65 per hectare.
Sorry?
65 per hectare.
I'm sorry, I'm asking staff the question about these are minimums. We want to write in a maximum for if we wanted to write in a maximum for the residential medium density zone. Does anything in the MPS prevent us from doing so?
So the MPS requires around what they call metropolitan centres, which is essentially our large shopping centres, that there is we enable building heights at least up to 6 stories high, and density that goes along with that, and also within a walkable catchment of those centres. Now, a lot of those...
I couldn't find a density though, a household per hectare. So I'm assuming that the only mechanism that is being provided for in the MPS to address this issue is height, which means that we don't have to, for those that are built as townhouses, we can actually write in a maximum.
Well, so you're right. There was in the draft. There was talk about a maximum, a level of density.
I know, which is why I'm asking the question.
In the final, there's only that requirement about height, but we need to ensure that we enable that height. So if we set a maximum which prevents people from ever getting that high, that's in breach of the national policy statement. So,
but what if we were to make a difference between the height and the so an apartment building, for example? I mean, we don't actually know yet because we haven't had the guidance from, as I understand it from what you've already advised us, that you're waiting for guidance on where those specific zones will be, because it isn't clear in the MPS exactly which areas of Christchurch, for example, will be covered by their definition of the the areas that they've described in the MPS. I'm sorry, I haven't got it open.
Yeah.
So given that we don't know that yet, when we do know that, are we able to differentiate between the two?
Yes, yeah. We are still waiting for more guidance, and from more analysis as to how this will apply to Christchurch. So we don't know exactly what implications this will have yet. But we do know that the MPS is very much about increasing density, increasing heights, getting more people living closer to centres, closer to public transport for a whole raft of benefits. So it will be quite limiting, quite difficult for us to put in caps on that detract from the whole policy of trying to bring people closer to these areas. So we will look at that, and we will get guidance from central government and from the other councils as to how to apply this. But I suppose I'm just saying it's going to be a challenge, because the whole ethos around the National Policy Statement is to get more and more people living closer to public transport, closer to these centres for a whole raft of good reasons. So putting a cap on that is
not a single resident that I've spoken to is opposed to intensification. They're opposed to over-intensification.
Yes.
So I'm just, there's two other things, because we've heard people mention the enhanced development mechanism. Can you advise or can you confirm that this was inserted into the district plan by the land use recovery plan, and that it has never ever been used by a developer?
Yeah, so yeah, the enhanced development mechanism, which is the 65 maximum, which has been quoted this morning, that was introduced to the previous city plan back in, I think it was about 2013, by the land use recovery plan by Sarah at the time. That was to enable enhanced development of what was the rules back then, which didn't enable as much development as the government was wanting. Those rules are still in the plan because they are under a recovery plan that does not expire until June next year. But in the meantime, we did a district plan review, and the independent hearings panel that was set up by the government reviewed all the rules and have actually enabled, in some cases, more density, especially in the suburban density transition zone. And they did not set a maximum in those areas. So the enhanced development mechanisms are an option for people to use, that if they use it, that they are constrained by that maximum. Now, from what I understand from our consents department, in the last 5 or 6 years, no one has used those because of they're constrained by the maximum. And if they choose not to use them, they're not constrained by the maximum. And so there is no maximum that we that
was the decision of the Commissioner in the Maryvale Lane case.
Yes,
yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yanni used to be that young person.
Thanks, Jake. So I just had several questions. I was just interested if Christchurch has signed up to the urban growth area. I know Auckland has. And I was just wondering if council, through that process, can discuss with central government the outcomes that they're trying to seek around urban development. Because what seems clear from what we've heard is there's a whole bunch of stuff happening at a central government level that we have no say or influence in, but then there's another process underway where we're currently joining in partnership, which possibly could give us the ability to have much more specific conversations. So does anyone know where that urban development growth agenda agreement has got to and when it's coming back to council?
I could probably answer that one, Yanni. So I think you're talking about an urban growth partnership under the government's, what they call the urban growth agenda. Is that correct? So Christchurch and Greater Christchurch hasn't signed urban growth partnership with the government.
So would it not be advantageous for us to actually do that, given one of the pillars of that process is about quality built environments, defining clear, concise, unambiguous built environment principles at a variety of scales from the site and street level through to city level? in terms of urban form, and it also includes a spatial planning component?
Yes, as you know, as part of the Greater Christchurch 2050 project, we are looking at one of the aspects of that being a follow-on with the urban growth partnership across Greater Christchurch with the government, but we've got a process to work through, and it requires both the engagement of the Greater Christchurch partnership and also central government in that, and that's not a matter that we've covered or that the staff have covered or relates to the reports today.
It seems like there's different strands of stuff happening that's not aligned. If you go back to the urban development strategy, intensification, consolidation was one of the key principles on the basis that there was good urban design and, you know, good looking at how you get better environmental amenity for the areas that we're going to intensify. So I'm just sort of struggling to understand why we've got a separate process for that and a separate process for this.
Because they're separate processes. I can't articulate any better. This is a review that was commissioned by the Christchurch City Council appropriately into how the urban design form was being applied across medium and high density, and the report back from staff addresses the original question of council, the question that you're raising about whether or not the council or the Greater Christchurch councils enter into an urban growth agenda / partnership with central government isn't related to the original question of undertake a review of urban form for medium and high density.
Even though that's one of the urban development strategies, outcomes and actions. I mean, I think in terms of the recommendations under 2, we should actually note that there's an opportunity through that process. That would be my preference, so I'll just leave that with you. I just wanted to check, in terms of the history of this, we had our district plan start in 1995. In 1999, we introduced volunteer guidelines for L3 and L4, which in character areas, which pretty much failed. And then in 2007, we started on a plan change 53 to improve the urban design of L3 and L4, which then got brought in just before the earthquake. And then after the earthquake, we basically had the district plan review, which basically meant that we lost the standards that we put in place. Is that?
So, what I mean, the L3, L4 plan change that went through about 10 years ago, that is really what, as Dave alluded to before, has really driven this improvement in the medium density zones. So those rules were changed just after the previous report, which happened 10 years ago, was released, and so we improved the rules then, and we have seen in the last 10 years an improvement in the quality of that medium density zone. They were largely kept intact by the independent hearings panel. So we've seen an improvement there. What the independent hearings panel did is they also changed the suburban density transition zone, which that wasn't part of the L3, L4 plan change. And I think some of the things we've identified here actually is if some of the good work that was done through the L3, L4 plan change had been carried through to the density transition zone, then we may have seen some improvements as well, and that's something we're looking to do. The central city, where we haven't seen as much improvements, is completely separate again, because that had a recovery plan that was put in place by Sarah, so that has a different set of rules as well, and which was put in place by central government rather than by council. So there is different rules in different zones, and we're seeing different outcomes, and it actually is the L3, L4 plan change that seems to have seen the best results. So there's good work there.
And just in terms, just 2 more questions. One, in terms of our district plan, the strategic, what weight do we need to give to the strategic direction that was put in through the statement of expectation and the hearing panel around reducing the need for urban design and consents and community notification? Like, how much does that plan issue, and what the concerns that have been raised today are?
Well, that was in place when the panel obviously made their decisions, and so that did have a factor in on the reason why some of the rules are the way they are, and so you could say that has an implication of why we've got some of the issues we have now. and that objective is still in place, and we are looking at whether we can review that. We've still got recovery plans in place till next year, so we are still constrained to some extent as to how much we can change. But yes, we once we have sort of full control of our district plan, once those recovery plans are no longer in place, then yes, we'll be able to look at some of those rules again.
And just a final question. I mean, a number of the concerns that have been raised today are not just about, I guess, the district plan, it's how the district plan is administered. And I just wondered, as part of this review, what assessment have you done in the way in which we're administering the district plan, in terms of whether we're doing adequate assessments on the impacts on community and whether we're actually notifying things to people that are impacted by them?
We can only notify according to the RMA where the plan allows, and for most residential development we're specifically not allowed to notify. So that will be, in terms of when applications come in, we can't notify them. In terms of the report does look at how the results are performing in terms of the assessor matters. So it does look at whether we are achieving what we set out to achieve. It looks at whether the applications are in line with what should be expected from the assessor matters that we have, and it does conclude that there are some areas where potentially better results could have been achieved with the existing plan, but that generally that's not the case, and that some rule changes are needed if we want to improve standards.
I'm just trying to understand, like, take transport for example. I've just read like a Brockworth Place assessment, and it says things like, you know, there's a non-compliance with a visibility display, and it goes on to say neither the footpath nor the car park on site are likely to be particularly busy. Brockworth Place is a local road. Anyone that's been to Brockworth Place can see the problems with traffic getting in and out of the density intensive housing units that's been built there. So I was just trying to understand whether or not, say, for things like traffic assessment around the impacts of like the non-compliances or the discretionary matters that we have a responsibility to look at, whether we're doing that adequately enough to mitigate the actual impacts that are happening, rather than, you know, some of the stuff that we read in the consenting thing. Have we actually looked at the consents in detail to see whether or not the assessment we're doing of the impacts are actually just less than minor? And do we have, any concern about the robustness of those types of assessments?
So the review isn't an assessment isn't a reassessment of the application. It's a fresh look at the quality of the development when it's built against the policies and assessment matters. So we haven't looked at the assessment process and made an attempt to decide whether the decisions were correct or not. We've simply looked at the quality of the development that we're getting, and is that the quality of development that we are expecting. We didn't look at the Brockworth Place example, so I'm not familiar with it. But it's also an urban design review, so it wouldn't necessarily consider traffic safety, because it's all important, but that has its own specialism. So we didn't engage a traffic person to look at the developments.
Can I just ask the Chair, can we maybe just make note of the audit that's supposed to be happening? Because I think a number of the concerns that are being raised today are not just about the design standards, it's also about how we interpret and assess the designs that have been presented in front of us.
Yeah, we'll just go through the questions first and then look at the resolutions. Pauline?
Yes, actually, look, I follow on from that, and it's also from James, but my concern is when we did talk about the assessment criteria, and my interpretation of your answer was that you balance it out. So if an application has some really strong features, but maybe a couple of weaker ones that actually don't comply, it can still get a consent, and we just kind of suffer those ones, or there may be some mitigations, but generally we don't see those. And this is why we're actually ending up with developments that have maybe one glaring horrible feature that really upsets the community. So my question is there a way that when we're doing these assessments that we can do them we can consider each breach on its own rather than throwing it into a mix and averaging it out.
I think that an assessment could be done in such a way that if there's a major breach, then that may be enough for it to be declined. That may be the way an assessment can be made.
But that's not what we're seeing, is it? Well, we're seeing developments that we wonder how they got consent for turning up in the community because they've got a major breach. So, my question is can we tinker around with the way we do the assessment of the multi-criteria assessment? I mean, is that restricting the decision making? Is it allowing these things to happen because of the criteria assessment?
Yeah, I think as we identified, I mean, there are some rules where we need to lift the bar because the district plan sets a bar, and then people can apply for consent and they can put arguments that something's minor or not. Yeah. So they can move it, slightly below the bar as well. So raising the bar makes it harder to have a bigger change. And I think there's also there is also a challenge here around we want good density, but we also want we want density. The district plan calls for more density, and I think that's been a real success over the last 10 years. We've actually seen a lot of density, and we're now seeing more development through intensification than we are through greenfield development. So we are seeing less sprawl. We're seeing a more compact city, which is what the urban development strategy wanted. So it's around finding that balance between having density but doing density well, and that's
I know.
And that's a real challenge. So some places we will have to raise the bar.
But it's what you're finding is the balance in amongst the assessment criteria, and it's the outcome of that is sometimes seeing one glaring breach being permitted. So that's where I'm coming from. Can we tweak that the way we assess it?
I think that that's not something that necessarily the report finds, because it's a technical report that we can comment on. So I'm not sure that we can confirm that that's the case on the basis of the evidence that we provided.
Yeah, thanks for that answer. Finally, Anne.
Thank you. It's actually following on from what Pauline was asking, and thank you, David and David, for sitting there and answering some really difficult questions and for the way you've answered them in a clear way. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just in terms of, I'm wondering, with our design standards, our urban design standards, there's a 5-point scoring. Is there any way that going forward with our practice note that we can just say we're just going to go for best practice?
I think, our practice notes do have to be in line with our district plan. So if we want to go for best practice, if we want to see everything achieve, 4s or 5s, then we are going to have to lift the bar of the minimum rules. So I suppose that's what this report highlights, that there are areas where we do need to lift the game. Yeah.
So, Brendan, is there any way that we can incorporate that into a practice note, that we are actually going to aim for that going forward from this point, addressing what Greg was saying about what happens in the meantime in terms of what's developments?
David's answer was no, you can't put in a practice note a higher standard than what the rules and policies and objectives are in the district plan, but the district plan can be the method of interpretation via the resource consent process. We can flush out through the practice note. So we've got a draft resolution that requests staff develop a practice note that articulates the expectations in the district plan for good quality urban design, which is what the objective of the district plan is. The difficulty is when it gets down to the exact nuts and bolts of it, that both Davids have articulated, that the plan as it is, in 2/3 of cases, leads to reasonable and good outcomes, but in some cases doesn't lead to good outcomes. And we've articulated a number of times that we can make an improvement in the plan about what those kind of rules are to lift the game, and that's the baseline, but we can and should do a practice note in the intervening period as well. Yep.
All right, thank you. So that's the end of questions. And I understand the Mayor wants to move.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion, but I'm just the second one, which is request staff report back to the committee as soon as possible on the implementation requirements of the MPS on urban development. I kind of like just some additional words that says something along the lines of, in order to inform an urgent piece of work, which is the consideration of a plan change to address maximum densities in the medium density residential development zone. Because I mean, it's for a purpose that we need to get the briefing, but we were to consider this piece of work that's just being reported to us now. And I know that COVID-19 has stood in the way of progress in some of these things, plus the MPS coming out in the meantime. But the intention was that this piece of work that we're receiving today will inform the work that is being done on developing a proposed plan change for us to consider. It's urgent.
There's also should be a note in version coming up too in regards to what. There's also another one coming up with regards to what Yanni was saying. So, they're not at the end. Yeah. So you happy to
a plan change of the residential? Well, to introduce maximum densities for residential medium density zone. I'm just trying to think.
Leanne, if you use them, it might be useful here to refer to the more common vernacular of to prevent over-intensification.
Okay.
As opposed to us getting caught on a technicality.
Look for an outcome. Yeah. To prevent over-intensification.
So of a proposed plan change to prevent over-intensification.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Aaron, you had a question.
And residential amenity, which will pick up the urban design issue.
And provide residential amenity. You're not trying to prevent that, I don't think. Is that what you said?
Melody, did you want to second that? Okay. Aaron, so you had one last question.
Yeah, just how did you want to deal with the proposed recommendations from Helen Broughton that was passed around? Did you get a copy of that, Mike? I mean, is the table happy to include them or not, Mr. Chair?
You're more than welcome to put them forward as an amendment.
I will put them forward as an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, I'm happy to drop off any if anyone is opposed, and I'd like to hear their views as to why, and then if there's a good reason, drop them off. Otherwise, I.
On the first proposed recommendation, I explained yesterday that we do have a piece of work and we are simply waiting on the guidance from central government related to the guidelines around the national policy statement and what they mean, and that in fact covers the engagement that we do want to undertake with all of the residents association, not just the ones within the residential medium density zones, and we'll also hear from other residents associations today that fall outside of those zones, and so I think you probably want to take a broader view on that. I'm not sure it's necessary at this juncture. I think the report that you are shortly to receive has articulated well the concerns that both staff have observed and have independently verified, and that residents have brought to our attention. I thought we were getting to the stage of wanting to make progress on those now. And the second point about parking issues, I don't know whether that's general parking issues. We've got separate processes via the suburban and the central city parking policy for addressing parking issues, or if it's relating to the presence or absence of restrictions on minimum car parking requirements, that's dealt with in the national policy statement immediately. So David has articulated that that's an immediate effect, that there's no possibility of us having minimum car parking requirements with the exception of disability car parks.
Yeah, but the issues are there, so I mean, there's...
So, Aaron, maybe the best way forward is actually to ask staff to write us a memo in relation to the recommendations put forward from
Okay,
Helen,
let's
so therefore
request
we can actually...
that for this point, and then we can address it at that once that comes back. Thank you.
So, Leon, are you happy for that to be another resolution, that staff write a memo in relation to Helen Broughton's recommendations? Okay. So while that's getting written up, we'll start the debate. Do you want to start and close? Yeah. Is that quick?
I've just sent round some additional recommendations, so I just want to make sure that you've got those. Just on Helen Broughton's amendments, number 4, we're going to get a memo on it, but we've actually already discussed that repeatedly around our development contributions policy. So I just wanted, actually we don't need a memo, we just need it done. And so can we just get like a clearer action on what the process is for that actually happening and done?
Sorry, I'm actually happy with actually how the current recommendation we have up there is sitting.
In terms of 5?
Yes.
Right, and then under 4, I was just wondering if we could put a date on it, given one of the frustrations has been the perceived lack of urgency. And, you know, number 4, I think, is already well overdue. So are we able to put a date on it, please?
I'd want to hear from staff with regards to their workloads, because you know we can set a date and we can set a date to fail, but what I think we need is actually the information and the right information, the right end game, but we need to talk with the staff of that.
Look, I think we don't need a date there. Tim's the chair of that committee and he'll follow it up to make sure it happens as soon as possible. Look, I'm actually happy with where the recommendations are. They have been moved in second, so I'm going to go into debate now. Leanne?
Sorry. What's sat behind the issue that led to this report being requested by the council were the concerns of residents, not about intensification, but about over-intensification. People have been accused of being NIMBYs, but they're not. They're not the people that sit there and say, not in my backyard. They definitely don't say that. What they're concerned about is the amenity of their neighbourhoods, the places they choose to live. And this has happened right across the city, in the area in Riccarton that has been mentioned, which I did go for a walk through and watch the impact of going from a situation of people renting a townhouse to people renting a room. Couples renting a room, and every time you replace one villa with 4 townhouses, and some of the ones that we're talking about today are not the 4 townhouses, but if you've got 4 bedrooms in each, then there's often 2 cars per bedroom, 8 cars per unit, times 4 is 32 the last time I looked. So that, and when you go down the streets that are like this, you actually see the impact of the car parking on berms, the car parking, you know, everywhere. So it's it does create a real damaging reality. And so I do agree with looking at the issue of how we resolve parking, because now we're going to have all parking requirements removed from our district plan. So there'll be no obligation for developers to provide parking. They're not prohibited from providing parking, so I'm hoping that many will. But we do, as a city, have to start thinking about how we're going to resolve what is going to be a transition from the dependency on motor vehicles that we have at the moment, hopefully to a more carbon neutral environment in the future, where the dependency is replaced by much more convenient ways of sharing transport options, and from a sustainable basis. The lockdown gave me a chance to do one thing that was really good, and that was to read a number of things, a number of the decisions that have been made by commissioners, and to get my head around the complexity of a district plan, which did go through a process where the government told us we had to reduce our requirements on resource consents, so that we had to make more things permissive under the plan, and we were also required by the government to reduce public notification. And even though the Maryvale Residents Association, I take my hat off to them, did make a very powerful set of submissions to the Commissioner in that particular case, and he did respond to the issues that were raised, it was not publicly notified. So I want people to know that, because it was not something that this council wanted to do to its district plan. It was imposed by the requirements of an order in council passed by the previous government. But what the district plan says in its objectives are high quality residential environments. High quality, sustainable residential neighbourhoods which are well designed, have a high level of amenity, enhance local character and reflect the Ngāi Tahu heritage of Ōtautahi. What the decisions tell me is that this objective does not matter when it comes to the rules. It's the rules that apply, and it's the rules of the district plan that we need to focus on as a council, and we do need to consider change. And this is important, and it is imperative, because more and more developments will occur. Now, what the report tells us, and I just want to say there is good news in this report. The good news that is in the report is that there are developers who do consider the local environment that they're in and build to that environment. You know, and there are some developers that have perhaps created a stir in a neighbourhood in one area, but actually they've built something really good in another area that is appropriate to the environment where they've built in. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach as far as developers I know, you know, I live in an apartment building myself, and I know that residential amenity was very much at the forefront of that development. There is the issue for us is that our plan states a maximum density for the central city density zone, which has an average net density of at least 50 households per hectare, and the residential medium density zone has to achieve an average net density of at least 30 households per hectare for intensification. So those are the two requirements. There is no maximum density that's associated with either of those. It's the enhanced development mechanism that has the one. So we've got to get on with this.
Andrew.
Thank you. Clearly there are some matters of major concern which have been raised by the report and by the people that I thank for coming along to speak to the meeting today. And given the directions from the government of the day regarding intensification and the matters set out in the Order in Council, and more particularly in the Statement of Expectations, some of this probably shouldn't come as a surprise. And referring to that statement, it included reducing planning requirements, fewer rules, resource consents and notification of applications means less opportunity for the community to have their say, and what was described as facilitating a high-quality recovery and rebuild, bracket, increased supply and intensification of housing, close bracket. And it's some of that which has brought about the situation that we're in today. Now, I hope we can find a way to address these as soon as possible through all means possible. Interpretation of the current rules and exercise of discretion, the practice note that's now referred to in today's resolutions, a plan change, a better understanding of the new NPS and how its application will affect the matters that we're talking about today, and how that can be interpreted to bring about the best results in the planning environment that the new NPS creates. I do have some concern about the parking and intensification matters that new NPS brings about, and I welcome the work which has been done on guidance and interpretation and the application of the NPS as soon as possible, so that we and our communities have got some certainty as to what might be allowed or even encouraged, and what the future look and feel of parts of the city might be. It does feel like the NPS, to some extent at least, is driven by an Auckland appropriate approach, which could bring about some suboptimal outcomes for parts of Christchurch, particularly given the unique situation that we're in as we continue to rebuild here after earthquakes. So I'm keen to get some improvement in the short term. I support the use of a practice note to inform the exercise of discretion and interpretation, and I'm thankful to staff for that suggestion today. There's been some clear sentiment expressed in the report and in this meeting, which I'd like to see influence the matters of discretion and consideration of applications where it can. And if a practice note's the way to achieve this, then I definitely support that approach. It's clear that the status quo is not working. It's clear that it's bringing about outcomes that are not supported by our communities and that are inconsistent with our vision and our aspirations for the city. It's bringing about poor outcomes for the people that are living in these developments, whether it's as owner-occupiers or as tenants, and in particular for neighbours who have in many cases lived in these neighbourhoods for a long time and who are affected by the type of developments that are now taking place. We need to do what we can. We need to do it as quickly as possible, and we need to use all of the tools that we've got in the toolbox to bring about improvement as soon as we possibly can.
It's good timing. Phil.
Yeah, I'm just following along from what James said. I'm concerned that what I call the good enough line, like we've got some things that have been put forward to us that are below the line, but it's okay because we've got a lot of stuff above it, which sort of drags the average up. Anything that's below the good enough line, take it away and make it above the line, because it's otherwise people will design stuff to below the minimum if we let them get away with it, because it'll become the norm, not the exception. So we've just got to lift our game and have none of this below the line stuff. Thank you.
Pauline.
Thank you. Yeah, along the same lines there, I think that it's been a really good discussion today. I think we've actually clarified a lot of processes in the consenting process there, and a lot of perhaps substandard things, and particularly Leanne mentioned the rules, but I'm also focusing on the interpretation of the rules, and that's why I'm really pleased to see 3 and 4 there. It's the balancing out of these breaches that really concerns me, and you know, particularly when you've got a glaring breach and it's averaged out. So this is one reason that we're getting these developments that are enraging the communities, as we've heard today from these deputations, telling us about inferior, ill-fitting, medium-density housing in their communities. And a glaring example of this is the relocation of the temporary earthquake housing units in Richmond, and how this was permitted to happen under the rules, I don't know, because they arrived in a character area. And so obviously it was an interpretation of those rules. So I'd really like to see this assessment method revisited, so that each breach is assessed on its own rather than averaged out over the application as a whole. And I'd also just like to note that when the independent hearings panel was doing our current district plan, we were really pushing for pervious surfaces to be included, and we lost that battle with them. But I think we shouldn't give up on that, because pervious concrete is now available, and we need to be making sure that we look at that in the future in order to achieve our stormwater consents. So I'll be supporting this today. Thank you.
Jake.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say that I'm really pleased that Council's picking up the baton and running with this. Particularly as a first-term councillor, it's heartening to see that we're finally listening. It's just a shame that it's taken so long to get any action on this.
Yanni.
Thank you. Look, I think obviously the recommendations today are continuing to progress what's going on, but fundamentally, I think at the heart of this is the fact that we've got Auckland planning being imposed on Christchurch by central government. We've had things like a housing accord, we've had things like the ability to go into the urban growth partnership that we're not making the most of in terms of getting a bespoke outcome for Christchurch. We've had the most extraordinary powers imposed on us and enabled to us by central government in the last decade, and yet we still struggle to get basic planning and urban design controls put in place. It really needs to change, and it needs to change quickly for the better. The residents today have made a very compelling case about the long-term damage that happens in communities. The reality is that this has been going on since 1999, and while we got some improvements in 2011, most of those were quickly undone by the previous government and the district plan review in terms of the post-earthquake environment. So I just think we need to act with urgency. My preference would have been to use the Regeneration Act to actually get stuff done quicker, as it was done to us previously to remove controls. We should have been using that to put controls back in place, but obviously that time frame is now no longer an opportunity, which is a shame. I know in the previous report, or the next one we have to consider around Airbnb, that is an option that was given to us. So, I just think we need to act with urgency. Clearly it's unacceptable to have poor urban design happening in our city. It has a massive impact on local communities who don't even get a say in what's been done that impacts on them. And we get a number of assessments which I think are questionable about the impact being less than minor when it has a major minor on the people that live in that neighbourhood. So we need to get on and fix this as soon as possible.
Thank you. Melanie?
I think that we have learnt a lot through the report and the discussions today. I think instead of looking backwards, we need to use that to look forwards. And we have, as a council, I think, have to take responsibility that those staff and also those that sit on hearings panels, of which I am one, or have been, we need to use the rules, and we do have to have a little bit of, there has to be flexibility applied because there's the problem of legal challenges. So it is up to us as a council to write the district plan in a way that lifts the bar, as staff have said, so that when things go under for minor differences like 10 centimetres here or there, that it does bring about good outcomes. So really it's on us to do it and not to realise that what we have in our district plan is the most important thing, and that it's not necessarily the interpretation that's the problem.
Thank you. Sarah? Yep.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, we've got Sarah first then.
Oh, sorry. Yep. So we are at the start of a transition as a city. We've been sprawling and beautifully low density for a really long time, but we do need high density in the city over time so that we don't end up building on our versatile and productive soils as our city grows. And we do need to make sure that these developments have good outcomes for the communities that they go into. This report is not all doom and gloom. There are many good developments, as well as those that don't fit in well to their existing communities. However, let's remember that it does need to be a balance, and that the higher or medium density, higher spec and high amenity properties can end up completely unaffordable for most residents. Let's make sure that we don't go too far and have unintended consequences by making developments unaffordable for both developers and residents, and lose the higher density, vibrant and sustainable 21st century that we need altogether.
Thank you. Leanne.
Thank you. Look, and thanks for the debate. I think it's really good that we've managed to finally get to the bottom of one of these issues. But there was one other thing I wanted to say, and that is that if anyone thinks it's going to be easy and straightforward to change the district plan, I want you to not think that at all. We're in for a battle, because there are a lot of interests that will not want to see the priority focused on the neighbourhoods, but will want to see the priority focused on the profit that can be generated. That being said, there is profit to be had in developing well-designed, well-thought-through, sustainable developments that take into account the life cycle of the property itself and the people that will be living in it. People are building for a lot more than just their own family or their own personal circumstances. It's the next person that moves in after they move on. So I really do think that this is a good step for us to be taking today, and that this report, and I want to thank and acknowledge staff for the report, because what it has helped be is one of those catalysts for the kind of detailed analysis that we'll now have to do in order to get the plan change that the people of Christchurch want.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. I'm just going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes just so we can just do a bit of a change around at the back. So we'll restart at 11:30. We're going to restart the meeting as we have a quorum in the room. Joe, could you just let the councillors out there know that we've restarted? Thank you. Right, we're going to be having deputations on the item 7, but before we do that, we're just going to have a very, very brief overview from staff, which is just a couple of slides long about the process. There will be no questions to this presentation. It's just purely for information. Thank you.
So I'd just like to talk through the process up to this point and going forward, and just a few key points on some of the changes that are proposed, and then I can come back after the deputations and answer any questions that anybody has. So the decision for the committee today is whether or not to notify a proposed change to the district plan. This follows on from the committee's earlier decisions to investigate the issues and options and to engage with the community on those options. During the engagement period earlier this year, we received almost 570 responses. We held 7 public drop-in sessions, and staff met with a range of stakeholders, including listing platforms like Airbnb and Book-a-Batch, Hospitality NZ, and a number of residents' associations. The outcome of that feedback and engagement are summarized in the Section 32 report. Currently, we're at the yellow stage in the process, the beginning of the middle line. The committee's decision on whether or not to publicly notify the proposed plan change. If the committee decides to notify a plan change, there will be a period of formal consultation on the draft provisions, with an opportunity for people to consider the proposal in more detail, to put in submissions, and to attend and speak to a hearing in support of their submission. The hearings process can also provide opportunities for further mediation on any key areas of disagreement. The Commissioner Hearings Panel will make a recommendation to this committee, and the committee will have a further opportunity to decide whether or not to approve the plan change at that date. My recommendation is to notify proposed plan change 4 as included in the report, and I'll just talk you briefly through some of the key changes as a result. So at the moment, in the commercial and mixed use zones, visitor accommodation is a permitted activity, which means that it doesn't require a resource consent. And this also applies to visitor accommodation in a residential dwelling in those areas. So just as an example, within the central city, the pink and the light purple areas are commercial and mixed use zones. So a resource consent for visitor accommodation is not required in those areas currently, and this is not proposed to change. The yellow areas are the residential central city zone. These and the other residential zones in the city and settlements on Banks Peninsula are the areas that would be affected by the changes. In the second row of the table, this deals with hosted accommodation in a dwelling. So that's a situation where the normal occupant of the unit is there during the stay, and this is currently permitted for 6 to 10 guests, depending on the zone. This is not proposed to change. However, because of the feedback that we received, raising concerns about noise from late night arrivals and departures, and some units also being used regularly for functions, I'm proposing additional restrictions on check-in and check-out times and size of functions to manage those effects. The third row of the table relates to unhosted accommodation in a dwelling, which is where the normal occupant isn't there during the stay. And currently this requires a discretionary resource consent, except for small units in the residential central city zone. A discretionary resource consent can be declined, and the council has broad discretion to consider any potential effects that it considers relevant to the application. So the recommended option would change the requirements for hosts operating for only 1 to 60 nights a year. They would still require a resource consent, but it would be controlled rather than a discretionary activity. And this is a more permissive approach than the current district plan, because the council can't decline the application for a controlled activity. It can only require conditions on the consent, and only on the matters that it's reserved control for under the district plan. So this would enable small-scale hosts who are listing their own property to get a consent, subject to showing how they'll manage their impacts on their neighbors. There's similar requirements in Queenstown, and the processing fee for controlled activity resource consents there have generally been between about $1,000 and $2,000. So visitor accommodation in a residential dwelling for 61 to 180 nights would still be a discretionary activity, and visitor accommodation in a residential dwelling for more than 180 nights a year would become a non-complying activity. This means a resource consent is required, but it can only be granted if the effects are minor and the application is not contrary to the objectives and policies of the plan. There's a proposed change to the policy, which states that the predominant use of the residential unit should still be a residential activity, and there are changes that reinforce existing policies in the plan and in the regional policy statement to primarily locate commercial activities in commercial centres. Discretionary and non-complying resource consent would be more complex and expensive, but it's important to note that the council simply recovers the costs of the resource consent. It doesn't generate revenue by requiring resource consents. The purpose of that requirement is just to manage the environmental effects of the activity. So looking at the bottom row of the table, in rural zones, unhosted visitor accommodation in a dwelling, so that would include a holiday home whenever a fee is charged, is a discretionary activity. The plan change would make this a permitted activity for the first 180 nights, subject to contact information being provided to neighbours and records being kept and provided to the council. For more than 100 nights a year, this would remain a discretionary activity. The effect of these changes would be to better recognize the benefits of providing for flexible use of existing houses, to provide choice for visitors, and to enable homeowners to earn supplemental income when they're away. But this needs to be balanced with the need to support attractive, safe, and well-connected residential neighborhoods, and to maintain the character and amenity of rural and coastal areas. The proposed plan change allows people to list their holiday home in rural zones, where the house might otherwise be sitting empty, and provides a pathway for people with residential zones to get a consent for that activity, where they're listing their own home for part of the year. And finally, I just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to everyone who put in feedback on the options, all the people that came to talk to us at the drop-in sessions, and for the time from all the stakeholders we've met with. I appreciate that what's proposed may not go as far as some parties wanted in terms of either enabling or restricting unhosted visitor accommodation, but I think the proposal strikes a good balance between enabling the activity that's beneficial overall for the district while addressing concerns of neighbours and the wider community. There's additional opportunities going forward to consider submissions on the detail of the proposal, and I'm happy to keep engaging on this issue to try to get the best possible outcome. I'd also note that there's another piece of work looking at options for rates, and this will come to the council at a later date as part of the review of the long-term plan and the rating policy later this year or early next year. So with regard to the district plan, I'm recommending that the committee decides to move forward with notification of the proposed plan change, and happy to come back after the deputation to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the deputations, and there's obviously a few new faces up at the back, so I'll just let you all know what I told the last group of deputations. The deputations are 5 minutes long, which includes any time you leave for questions. Because we do have a number of deputations for this item, I will be keeping it to 5 minutes exactly, then I will have to cut you off. So the first, and James may ring his bell if you don't listen. And so the first deputation is from Anne-Marie Smith on behalf of Canterbury Airbnb Host Club. Yes, thank you. Welcome.
I'm Anne-Marie Smith. I'm here today representing the Canterbury Airbnb Host Club, and I thank you very much for this opportunity. My husband and I have been hosting guests through the Airbnb platform in our own home for the last 2 years. We came to do this after a time travelling through Europe in 2017, during which we stayed in several different countries living amongst the locals in accommodation booked through Airbnb. It was a rich experience which included hotel stays as well, depending on our need and circumstances, and it was great to have the choice. The time inspired us to create a space within our own empty nest of a home to offer the same experience to visitors to Christchurch. We figured if it didn't take off, we will have improved our 4-bedroom home in large park-like grounds with the addition of a second bathroom which it needed for extended family. As it turned out, there appeared to be a demand for what we are offering, and our current guest is our 137th stay since we began hosting. Airbnb have their own monitoring process which allows a guest to rate us on the accuracy of our description, our check-in process, our cleanliness, our communication, location and value. Our reviews have been heartwarming and we have been consistently rated 5 out of 5 stars. These reviews give guests a good insight into the accommodation they are booking. Our guests arrive as strangers and in many cases leave as friends, and the whole experience has been life-affirming for guest and host alike. This activity is fully declared as income and tax paid accordingly. Local businesses are supported by the work we do in creating a contemporary guest space. We promote local eateries as well as Christchurch visitor attractions, both verbally through pre-arrival communication and a local personalised guidebook. Needless to say, it comes as a huge relief to us that at this stage of the review process, the Council is not recommending restrictions to our ability to offer hosted accommodation. I would, however, say that the limit on late night arrivals would seem under normal travel patterns to be impossible to monitor. The occasional guest arriving from a late flight and quietly letting themselves in above our bedroom hasn't been a problem to my husband and I, and our neighbours haven't been aware. The proposed costly resource consent process for situations where the host is not living on site will prevent many equally responsible Christchurch citizens like myself from contributing to the economic recovery of our city. We are a city of resilience, proud of our regeneration after the many setbacks of recent years, and we risk becoming known as the city that took away visitor choice. People who visit Christchurch deserve diverse options of where to stay, depending on their circumstances, whether that be family groups wishing to stay together affordably in a family home, or individuals working away from home and needing a quiet, restful stay at the end of the day. I am not unsympathetic to the feelings of commercial accommodation providers. However, the district plan is not a vehicle to be used to stifle competition, which is a normal part of a healthy marketplace. Competition drives us all to be the best we can be at what we do, and our customers make the final decision at the end of the day. Let's vote to give them that choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Melanie.
Does Airbnb talk about safety, like things like smoke alarms or anything like that?
Absolutely, absolutely. We have very strict requirements to meet that, and in fact, a new review process has just been introduced whereby we have had a video call with Airbnb representatives who've actually verified that what we say we provide is actually in position and fully working. So, yep, that's all very much a part of it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Sam.
That might, oh, that's it. Yeah. Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. Just one thing. So obviously we've talked about the consenting side of it, the need for resource consent if this was to go through in terms of the public notification, we go down the track. Do you have or does Airbnb have a view on, I guess, parity in terms of the rates paid? So if we look at the commercial rates that motels pay, would there be, what's the feeling like within the Airbnb community in terms of a little bit of parity around those ones that operate on their own?
In the unhosted situation, are you talking about? Obviously. Could I ask? Is there anyone else from our group in that situation who has something that they would like to add a comment to that?
Sorry. You'll need to come down to the microphone.
Can you hear me? My name's Gabriella. I'm not sure if I'm going to answer your question specifically. I guess parity would be very important if there was something put in place, because whether you're hosted or unhosted, so I'm a hosted situation, what I earn in a year is probably would be far less than what's been reported to be a consent. So there would certainly need to be some sort of percentage parity, or I hate to say a tax, which would be certainly a lot fairer than going through a costly consent process.
So I guess that's what I'm saying. Sorry, Mike, I won't just, because there's probably going to be one of the important things of the day. So if we weren't to go down a consenting aspect, but we were to look in time, I guess, at National Register and the like, that saw the ones where you weren't hosting it, so you weren't living there, they were operating on their own, I guess paying a similar rating level based on the value of property to those in the commercial sector.
there would be a concern around parity because a lot of these places, whether hosted or unhosted, they're not a commercial enterprise like a motel unit of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 units. You know, you're talking about potentially one house or a room as part of a house. So it's quite a different revenue stream.
Yeah, yeah, we're going to have to move on. Thank you for your deputation. Next up we have William Chong. He's here instead of Bob Pringle, speaking on item 7.
Is it all right? Williams wasn't prepared. I'm not as well. But can I? I was on the list, but off and on and off. Look, hi. My name's Ricky Jones. This is short and sweet, I think. I do have a motel, and for me, I just want to say firstly, thank you for all the work that Alison and the team have done. It's just been amazing at a very big issue that's for all of us. And for me, I'll be honest, I was one of those people that was thinking, so frustrated with the council, so frustrated that we have a district plan and why it does not appear to be enforced. I've changed. I think we all need to accept some accountability and to accept we're dealing with a platform, the majority of booking that appears to have caused issues and the exponential growth is a platform that's invisible. So therefore it is hard. We've also seen a period of time. You know, it's all right for anyone to jump up and down and say, why isn't the council doing this? Why isn't they doing that? And then they jump on board and do something, just like we've heard with 8, where they made changes. And now time has passed and we're seeing that doesn't actually fulfil what we need. So this time period from 2017 till now, where the exponential growth has been, you know, from 400 to 7,000 roughly in Christchurch, where you're seeing this exponential growth, we've actually got the opportunity, throw COVID in there, of actually seeing patterns of impacts on communities. I think it's now that we're allowed to stand up and say, hey, this is what's happened, please do something about it. The other thing I think is, I read the article, I listened to Anne-Marie, and I think it's Anne-Marie that's in this article, where Airbnb took out a whole page. And the majority, we're all on the same boat. We all want to provide a variety of accommodation to people coming and staying in Christchurch. So that's as a motelier, hotel owner, Airbnb, short-term accommodation provider, skip Airbnb. So Anne-Marie, she's got the most amazing, I don't know if you're the correct Anne-Marie, but out of this book, legal, from what I can see. Beautiful gardens, love having guests, feedback's fantastic. That's what we want. She's a host and she loves to host guests, just like people that have motels. We don't go into a motel and live and breathe at 24-hour days, 7 days a week for the pittance that comes out for the sake of nothing other than, like Anne-Marie, we guess. The same with Debbie at Rapaki. She is following the district plan and offering an amazing experience to guests as well. So I think actually we're all on the same page, and this option going forward presented to the council enables us to all work together to have the most amazing city. It's naive to actually, for Airbnb itself, to say that without Airbnb people wouldn't come to Christchurch. Christchurch has so much to offer. Accommodation isn't going to impact on that. So I think that's the thing. We all need to stand up, work together as a team, because I'm sure a lot of these people behind me have the same ideas and enthusiasm for what we want to happen within the accommodation sector within Christchurch. And that's all providing, you know, safe, different experiences. But there has to be guidelines. As a commercial provider, we do have rules and regulations which we have to provide, and it just has to be across the board. That's all.
Thank you very much. We have time for one
Chairman,
question.
can I add a few
Oh,
points
yes.
here? My name is William Chong. I've been running motel and owning motel in Christchurch for the last 16 years. Over the years, we have seen Christchurch City Council run very successful programs throughout the year, from basket festivals, Christchurch International Flower Festivals, Lantern Festivals, and Winter Festivals, to be rounded up with the A&P show, which is very popular. In those high seasons, we need Airbnb supplement, so that when the Christchurch Hotel and Motel are running out of room, we need the visitor to have a comfort place to stay. Those are pre-COVID period. Right now, we are talking about post-COVID-19 management. Moving forward as the community, we need to look at plans, and thanks to Alison and Mark, who has provided us with enough information and a lot of hearing and spaces and time for the community as a group to provide the council with a proper information for you to make a good decision.
Thank you. William, I'm going to have to cut you off there because you have gone over the
That's
two
me,
of you.
I'm sorry.
but thank you very much. Next up, we have Jill Nuttall speaking on behalf of the Inner City West Neighbourhood Association. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of people who live very close to this venue. Congratulating to the City Council for moving to regulate the unhosted version of Airbnb and others, because this is a commercial activity. And thank you too for changing the name, because whereas we have absolutely no beef with anybody who lives on site, such as the hosted Airbnb people and the bed and breakfasts, the hotels and the motels. In fact, we totally agree with them. We would like to see better regulation of unhosted places. Our neighbourhood association and others like us try to build friendly, safe, resilient communities. But if you're living next door to somebody who isn't a permanent neighbour or a long-term neighbour and constantly changing every day, then you really interfere with the opportunity to build neighbourhoods, which is, of course, the desire of the city plan. You want a livable city, and a livable city is one that becomes viable financially too. We frequently hear from members living next door to unhosted accommodation for visitors in all not only residential areas but in mixed use and commercial and educational areas too. Large party houses cause great disruption. People come bowling up at all hours of the day and night. They don't, many of them are not, I won't go into all the detail, but the rubbish is one thing that affects all us ratepayers as well as the city, because it's almost impossible to manage that. We have, our equally strong objection to unhosted short-term accommodation in residential and non-residential areas, and we have equal support for all hosted accommodation. And whatever the rules that are brought in, enforcement will be key. It must not depend on neighbours informing on neighbours. That destroys the very essence of a livable city and alternatively weakens the rules. We urge the appointment of staff dedicated to this task. I'm sure many clever people are very good sleuths and can find ways of getting the numbers correct. I know that's hard without a register. We want clearly defined rules and financial or rating consequences for breaking the rules. Good regulation and good management pay for itself ultimately. So we strongly support publicly notifying changes to the plans. We appreciate this is very complex, and we know that it takes time, and and realise how much work the staff's got to do to bring that about. We urge the council to work closely with other local authorities with similar inner city issues, and we're not talking about any of the other areas because that's where we live. We would like a consistent approach if that was possible. If it's not possible, through engaging all local authorities, at least with the other major cities in this country, and hasten the enactment of a law which requires registration, because I understand that is the major block for councils in order to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. Any questions? Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up we have Peter Morrison on behalf of Hospitality New Zealand.
Kia ora everyone. Good morning. It's still morning, I think. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Morrison and I am the Hospitality New Zealand Canterbury Branch President, and beside me is Anna Halliday, our Central South Island Regional Manager for Hospitality New Zealand. Hospitality New Zealand acknowledges Airbnb hosted properties. It's not competition, it's uneven competition. We feel over the years we have made our position on short-term accommodation very clear. An even playing field, a level playing field. We don't feel it is necessary to cover old ground and repeat what we have said over and over again, but during this COVID chaos, we have grave concern for our commercial accommodation providers having the international tourism tap turned off. Now more than ever, it is the time to get it right. Please take away these points from today's deputation. The health and safety of all guests is paramount. Addressing the missing link that will require all visitor accommodation activities are undertaken in compliance with the Building Act of 2002 or have obtained any necessary building consents for the operations with a consummate building warrant of fitness. Number 2, define the activity. The definition of visitor accommodation needs to include reference to an activity that is lawfully established and operated in accordance with the Building Act of 2002. Online marketplaces like Airbnb will drive hotel-motel rates and revenues down as the additional supply affects the distribution of power in the market. This in turn may have the indirect flow-on effects on future hotel-motel investments, which add value to the local community, the city, via employment and infrastructure. Number 3, measure the cumulative effects. There is a need to have the policy that requires the council to specifically consider the impact of cumulative effects arising from visitor accommodation activity in residential zones and its range of effects. Number 4, local government can help. Join us to lobby central government for a national register of short-term rental accommodation providers. Our expectation is the immediate enforcement of the current district plan. In summary, if the property used for Airbnb is going to act like a business, then they must be treated like one. We thank the policy team for recommending a sensible, pragmatic solution to the unregulated mayhem that is short-term rental accommodation in Christchurch currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just that, as Ricky said earlier, that the hosted accommodation isn't an issue. We certainly don't have any issues with hosted people sharing their homes and enriching visitors' experiences of Christchurch. Really, it's about the whole unhosted direct competition with commercial providers and essentially safety. It comes down to safety. It's ensuring that the health and safety of people are tied to the safety of the place that they're staying at, physically.
Thank you. Any questions? Jimmy?
I just don't know, based on your last slide, paragraph 4, enforce the current D3 plan.
During the process.
Oh, during the process. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
because we know this is going to take some time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Sam?
That might, oh, there we are. Sorry. Thanks for that. Look, I asked a similar question earlier on, and I appreciate you've got, the health and safety aspects in that as well. But do you have a view on the need for the sole operating Airbnbs to get a resource consent as opposed to us, reflecting rating changes in the LTP? So I guess you talk about parity, so it would be, making them, charging where they are operating purely as an Airbnb on those commercial rates.
We, as we've stated here, we're not so much worried about the hosted. It's the unhosted. There's people that are operating in the city with up to 30 or 40 units, and they're still being built in the city, and it goes back to your previous number 8. Last year, and I think I've said this before, Council, last year Airbnb alone took $50 million out of the Canterbury area. So that's $50 million that should have gone into motels, hotels, Airbnbs, hosted Airbnbs, backpackers, but these big commercial operators are just destroying our industry.
Can I just add to that, though, Sam, to answer your question? I think the guidance that the policy team have provided with the, the numbers of days and that sort of tiered approach would guide potentially some of that rating consideration. Does that make sense?
I'm going to cut you off there, Sam, because we're all over time again. Thank you.
Cheers.
On behalf of the Victoria Neighbourhood Association, Marjorie, Anthony. Welcome.
Thank you. The Victoria Neighbourhood Association, it should be shown on the map that the written statement I sent in before shows you where that is, reflected the views of over 100 residents and our feedback to the City Council on their options. We came out firmly in favour of option 3A to give some protection to neighbourhoods like mine, where the number of unhosted home shares jumped from 35 in 2018 to 71 by 2020. Those are just the ones that we knew of. So our main points today, which is on the written statement, first of all, we do agree that and support the recommendation to notify a plan change covering short-term home share. But we do not support the recommendations as is unless there were some amendments to them. These recommendations would allow the unhosted, which is what we're also worried about, commercial rentals for up to 60 days a year, almost as of right, and could be full-time via a more robust consent. But what we would want is stricter requirements within the central city residential areas, which is where the problem of unhosted is obviously the greatest. I also want to emphasize the importance of having neighbours. A couple of other people have said that as well, which is point 4 on the statement that I sent in. The importance of neighbours was made very clear after the earthquakes and the recent pandemic. Unhosted home shares, which we call mini motels, do not provide neighbours. And we know that if unhosted home shares in the central city residential zones are enabled by going through a consent process, we're quite sure that it would be unlikely that consents would be notified, and equally unlikely that the impact of having no neighbour next door, across the street, or in the next block we are quite sure that that would just be seen as less than minor. Why we haven't filed, we meaning the Victoria Neighbourhood Association, hasn't filed complaints about the existing unhosted Airbnbs, in particular in our neighbourhood, is covered in point 7 of the written statement, so I won't repeat that. Finally, if the recommendations that you're considering today are adopted as is, then Central City neighbourhoods will continue to be bombarded by developments explicitly designed and advertised for unhosted Airbnb or home share. And secondly, we'll continue to lose neighbours in favour of visitors who we think should be staying in bona fide commercial accommodation or in hosted home shares, which we have no problem with, the same as Icon and Hospitality New Zealand have stated already. The rest of my short statement is in the written document.
Thank you, Jack.
So Marjorie, just to clarify, what the V&A would prefer is that second category where it becomes a, help me out, Alison.
Well, we want it to be non-compliant.
It would just be non-compliant at that second stage.
Yes.
Right.
So it was a combination, and depending on which recommendation it went for, which recommendation were adopted, we'd want tagged onto it protection for the Central City residential areas. Your own information, as well as ours, shows that that's where the proliferation of unhosted Airbnb is continuing.
Sarah.
Is that it?
Thanks, Marjorie. You've mentioned how important neighbours are sort of after the earthquakes and now during the pandemic and things. What about when we're not experiencing disasters? I know there's not been a lot of that time in Christchurch in the last decade, but in that normal sort of, how important is neighbours for that sense of community and those kind of things?
Absolutely important, and I only pointed that out because I think some neighbourhoods only experienced the importance of neighbours during a crisis. In a confined, well-defined, intact residential neighbourhood like ours, we have valued neighbourliness and the importance of that for years and years, which is why we oppose any non-residential intrusion into the neighbourhood because of the impact of that. And to us, unhosted Airbnb is a non-residential commercial activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next up is Roger Evans. Welcome.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. It's been a long day, hasn't it, already?
Yeah.
So I'm a motel owner in Sumner. Been operating it for 3 years. But I'm going to start a new business. I'm going to call it Air Cafe. I'm going to create a website where homeowners who have an interest in cooking and making some extra cash can open their homes and kitchens to the general public. And all they have to do is register on my website. So you're saying this is not going to go because of the regulations that are in place to run a restaurant or a bar, and they are building needs a resource consent when building activity does not meet the rules of the district plan. All licensed premises must have a certificate of compliance. You'll need a liquor licence to sell alcohol. All food businesses need to be registered before they start making and selling food. Need a building warrant of fitness, and they need staff certification. This all sounds rather expensive, doesn't it? And complicated, but absolutely necessary to keep the safety of the visiting restaurants. But if we follow the Airbnb guideline in their small print, when somebody signs up to Airbnb, you get this: please review your local laws before listing your space on Airbnbs. By accepting our terms and conditions of service and activating a listing, you certify that you will follow the laws and regulations. Well, we can ignore that because obviously that's been ignored up to today, but obviously this process is to rectify that. So I think we'd all agree that it would be a nightmare to allow restaurants to open in individual houses. So I'd just like to make that point. Home share accommodation district plan review. Well, that's misleading to start with, isn't it? A high proportion of these peer-to-peer accommodation providers are anything but homeowner. They're not. They are complete houses rented with no host living on site, which makes a lot of them illegal under the current district plan. You could argue that motel owners are the true home share providers. Almost all of us live permanently on site. We pride ourselves in welcoming our guests and provide a safe and secure environment while staying in our home and motel. We constantly hear in the press we're completely outgunned. I think there's over 4,000 Airbnbs in Christchurch at the moment. 3 years ago there was only 300. There's only 150 motels and 30 hotels, so I've been told. There's been a lot of articles claiming poor Ma and Pa operating peer-to-peer won't cope with any compliance and extra business costs will put them out of business. And of course, those rich hotel owners just want to get rid of the competition. In reality, around 80% of motels are leasehold, and their only income and leaseholder is their salary they earn from the motel, and their only asset is their lease. I would say it's more accurate description that the Ma and Pa in the accommodation business are motel and small hotel operators. I would suggest those peer-to-peer operators who rent out whole houses, they at very least have got two homes. We've got one peer-to-peer operator in Sumner. She's got 12 houses. She lives a nice life on Wahiki Island, and basically she's saying, putting two fingers up to any council district plan because she's totally ignoring it. Where are we going? Right. So there's some rumours that the council might be adopting, the Queenstown model of, allowing specified numbers of days, 30, 60, 90. Look, I understand where that's coming from, but what will happen is, unlike Queenstown, which has a tourism industry throughout the year, Christchurch has a very specific summer tourism business, and so all what would happen is if they chose 30 or 60, they take our key months out of the tourism industry. So I'll finish up. We are absolutely not against hosted accommodation. We are not afraid of competing in an even playing field. Registered accommodation providers like motels adhere to a number of strict rules and regulations. These have been designed for a reason, to create safe surroundings for our guests, staff and environment. But obviously that comes with a cost, which we pass on to our guest. Basically, all we're asking for is that you put the same peer-to-peer accommodation under the same legislation as us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good timing. The next one's via Zoom is excellent. Is Derek Nolan on behalf of Airbnb.
Very good morning / afternoon, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. I think this is a very important issue, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I think councillors should be aware that over 250,000 people stayed in Airbnb in Christchurch in 2019. We're a very large part of the tourism and visitors economy. But Airbnb isn't, a generic homogenous platform. We have motels on the platform, quite a number. We have, the likes of Anne-Marie, who you met, who shares a space in her home. We have people who put their own home up on Airbnb for a number of months of the year when they're either working in Auckland or going away for Christmas holidays. And a whole array of different accommodation providers in between, all of which bring tourists, bring visitors, and bring people who spend money to Airbnb. The effects of some of the proposals that have been put forward would mean that someone who wants to just share their house for a week on Airbnb, as people do when they go on holidays themselves, and maybe 2 weeks, would have to get a costly resource consent up to $2,000 to make a couple of $100 to pay for their holidays. It's simply not compatible. The night cap decision, the night caps seem arbitrary. They're even more strict than Queenstown, which has a ratio of 30 visitors for every one resident. I don't understand where they're coming from. And the onerous cost on people who have unhosted accommodation. Bear in mind that a huge amount of our hosts are people who have converted spaces on their own land, be it a converted garage, a converted granny flat, a space in their own home that might have a second oven, all of whom would require very expensive costs to comply with the rules. And the issue with home shares, I think Anne-Marie pointed out, if a flight is delayed and customers or guests can't get on time, suddenly they're breaching their planning rules and resource consent because the person was delayed by a flight. I would ask councillors to consider the job impacts, the attractiveness. People stay in Airbnb because they want that kind of tourism accommodation. It's a choice. And I would say that this approach to this issue, we're dealing with what is an economic issue, a planning issue, but also a political issue through the planning process and regulating an industry without actually talking to the industry. This is the first time that I've had to actually talk specifics with council. I've talked to Alison and Mark and thanked them for their time. I've had a meeting with the mayor and with the deputy mayor at a different forum. And this is the first time I've actually had something to respond to. And I'm not sure that's the best way for council to make decisions and to make proposals, to do it in this fashion without just sitting across the table. And I've no objection to council sitting across the table to motels, but why not sit across the table with us and talk through details, go through our reaction. Let us tell you how our hosts would react and how people would feel about the different issues. Not do it through this consultation at arm's length, where we don't really get into the details and have no proper consultation discussion. I would like to just point out that the issues that, if I was to pick two issues that are coming through that I agree with their issues, one is the amenity issue of neighbourhoods, and the second one is the issue of levelling the playing field, which I agree and disagree with the hotels on some issues there. Both of those issues are issues that we're very keen to collaborate with government on and have participated actively with central government on two things which would address those. One is levelling the playing field and looking at the arguments there. And two is a nationwide code of conduct, which we have suggested and brought forward to the table, all of which are being considered right now. And I should point out that part of that process, which is being led by MB, we have sent a joint letter through TIA with Hospitality New Zealand, with the motels, with the hotels, on a broad outline for national regulation to deal with those issues. And I don't think that the district plan is the place for people to do that. What I would ask, and I know people will say that we're just putting forward this proposal forward for further consultation. You're not. If you approve this plan today, you're putting a line in the sand that people who want to share their own home for a week or two will need resource consent. You're putting a line in the sand about the types of restrictions you want to put in place on people who share their own home or share their own investment property. And I think that's not the way to go. What I would ask is that people just take a bit of time. This report was only released on Friday. Give people a chance to consider it and give council the opportunity to talk to me, to talk to Airbnb on behalf of our hosts, to talk to Book a Batch, to talk to Batch Care, to talk to motels and get a greater sense of what needs to happen. And at least make this really important and progressive, really important decision in a progressive way that meets those considerations. I'll leave a small break for questions, Chair, if there is any.
Unfortunately, there won't be enough time to ask and answer the questions, but thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Next up is Sue Harrison on behalf of Christchurch Holiday Homes. Welcome, Sue.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much. And my colleague Karen Gilby is joining me in case there's any questions. The biggest issue I have right now and right here is that I don't have time in 5 minutes to tell you why there's so many incongruencies in the report as it stands. It doesn't cover the marketplace that we work in. I'll try to explain that. But I want to give credit to the planners who do try to put a report together and cover the ground. However, there's so much, as Derek alludes to in that report, for you to try and get your heads around and to understand our marketplace. I know you've had a lot of time with the motels and hotels telling you about theirs, but we're dealing with something different here. It's a tiger by the tail. It's a two-headed tiger by the tail. You know, for example, the report's presenting you to have nightcaps, and nightcaps has shown that it's really not a workable solution to what we're dealing with in the marketplace. You're funding through the council stadiums, convention centres, hot pools, event park, many more facilities, which are fantastic. You're also funding Christchurch, New Zealand. Christchurch, New Zealand's current campaign and marketplace is for Auckland families to come down and spend their time in Christchurch. And we hope those Auckland families might bring grandma, the kids, or people that want to come and stay in a kind of place where they can bring the pet so they can have a holiday. So what I'm trying to talk to you about, and I'm not sure how to change that. It is to say, look, we're not in the same marketplace as Hospitality New Zealand are talking about. We're not dealing, our guests aren't coming here. If they wanted to stay in a motel or a hotel, they could. They've got lots of choice. But our homes are generally 2 to 5 bedrooms in the suburbs. They're not on main roads, and they're not where commercial accommodation is. And if someone wants to go to the hot pools or stay by the beach in New Brighton, they actually haven't got a lot of choice. 2-night minimum stay is what we deal with, and we're really pushing that marketplace along with Christchurch, New Zealand, to get the night stay in Christchurch up. It's currently two nights. Auckland and Wellington are 3 nights. It's been expanded post the first lockdown to 2.5. Isn't that a huge win? And that's because people have choice about where they can stay in Christchurch. They can bring grandma, they can bring the pet, so therefore they will come. They will come and watch their child's sports tournament because they can come, because there's somewhere that they can work from home or have a little bit of extra space, or cook for their family or cook for their netball playing team. You know, and as they've said, hotels and motels are coming into the Airbnb space. So, you know, there's got to be room in this marketplace for all of us. And we're working in a marketplace that's quite unique and different to what we've got before. And as Derek says, we need to be able to think about that. And you need to see the big picture of what's happening in this marketplace before you start making decisions about nightcaps or how to limit it, because you want to have huge events that draw people to Christchurch, that make it a fun place to come and stay and play, to make Christchurch a city for all, open to new ideas, new people, new ways of doing things, a city where anything is possible. We contribute to Christchurch because whenever there is a crisis, and they happen, you know, with great regularity, and they will carry on happening with great regularity because of a myriad of reasons, whether it's floods, you know, fires, explosions, people need to move around. People need a furnished home to stay in. And as soon as you put nightcaps on, those homes will flee the market. Okay, that might make a few people happy, but it will contract what you're trying to achieve for the good of all. We keep a team of cleaners, admin staff, contractors, tradespeople in work. We work with tourism operators and Christchurch, New Zealand to encourage the use of activities. And here's another big thing. You've got the research from Airbnb. It's widely quoted in that report. Only 20% of our guests come from Airbnb. So we're talking about a marketplace that's why I say it's a tiger by the tail. You're only getting statistics from a very small part of it. So it's a much bigger marketplace than what you realise. It's drawing a lot more people and a lot more people spending in our economy. They spend more. Even that report shows you they spend up to 4 times as much in the restaurants and cafes and bars and doing activities that you're funding because they've brought the children and they want to have fun as a family and they want a great place to stay. So it really is, you know, good for tourism. People stay longer.
Thank you, Sue. I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you for your deputation. Next up is Bruce Whitfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Whitfield and I'm the Managing Director of the French company New Zealand Limited, which trades in Christchurch as Le Petit Hotel Sumner. We commenced operations in 2005. Firstly, I'd like to make it very clear that we, in terms of providing visitor accommodation here in Christchurch, there's no reason why Airbnb operators can't stand alongside us as hotels, motels, B&Bs, guest houses, etc., etc. Call them what you like. But with the collective aim of encouraging visitors and travellers to Christchurch and the suburbs to be part of their local economy. As a CCC licensed and compliant operator of what was in 2005 called the Travellers Accommodation, we required a resource consent triggered back then by our desire to have 6 bedrooms and locating it in a residential area. As manager of this business and considering Airbnb operations in our city, I see two distinct but related issues. One can be summarised as involving the equitable operating conditions among all visitor accommodation providers. And two, the issue of how the City Council manages the city environment for both visitors and residents so that the district plan is followed and that no hospitality operation circumvents the zoning laws. It's human nature for business-orientated people to look at how they make the most of an idea or a concept. We've seen that in the development of what is called in Airbnb circles the distributed hotel operation, where a number of separate, unattended accommodation properties are managed remotely as visitor lets. We've seen examples of that in Sumner. Someone's mentioned that. We have one operating 12 properties remotely, residential in anybody's language, but not subject to the normal requirements that hotels, motels, licensed B&Bs like ours have to comply with. To mention some quickly, we have our compliance costs with the council, we have insurance costs, we have fire compliance, we have health and safety, the list goes on. So from one point of view, there should be fairness in the play across all visitor accommodation providers, with perhaps an exception for the mum and dad operators who provide room or rooms in their residential home. In terms of the wider city environment, the City Council must look closely at how it manages its high-density living zones in the tight city area, and also the effects of increased visitor accommodation in the suburbs, both now significantly affected by the massive pre-COVID growth of Airbnb accommodation. I've only 5 minutes, but my recommendations are as follows. The City Council should establish a comprehensive register of all visitor accommodations using readily available apps and online tools to extract this information. That's not hard. For high density zoned areas, the City Council has allowed a plethora of apartments to be built, originally to attract full-time residents into the city. However, prior to COVID, many of these became instant Airbnb properties overnight, with some of the operators being real estate agents. The City Council must step up to the plate and establish for these types of Airbnb properties a maximum number of per year of lets, and let the maximum number of days per year. Look at that. I believe that the 60 days that have been nominated so far is too high a number. There must be new rules for short-term accommodation in city apartments. If a property owner or developer wants to move beyond these restrictions, a resource consent process should be automatically triggered. The Airbnb distributed hotel operation must be scrutinised by the council and bring all residential properties that are operated under this remote control management model into compliance with existing City Council consenting and compliance rules as applies to authorised hotels, motels, travellers accommodation, etc., etc. As for suburb-based visitor accommodations, no one should see a problem with the mum and dad operations in a defined residential house, but pulling a camper van into the back of a yard or changing a shed on the property to accommodate visitors simply begs for the council monitoring and control and intervention. All of this points to the necessity for the council to create a comprehensive register of all visitor accommodation providers. Consider carefully their district plans, reviewing their consenting processes for both high density and suburban area accommodations, aiming to create an even playing field for those in the business.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you very much. And the last deputation is from David Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you switch the starter clock on, I'd just like to point out I've received some last-minute input on this deputation from Carl Smith from the Merivale neighbourhood, and I'd ask for your leniency perhaps for an additional 40 seconds, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. This deputation, I should point out, is made in a private capacity on behalf of my family and its ownership of a property on Hagley Ave. However, we have consulted with a number of interested parties, including Carl Smith from the Merivale Neighbourhood Association, in preparing this address. As some background, The Council, we are aware that we've made deputations on the 5th of Feb, the 13th of June 2018, and to the Council on the 11th of June 2020. Those deputations raised a number of concerns following the Council's approval of several medium-density residential developments on Hagley Ave. After being consented, they were subsequently marketed, and as we understand, the majority sold to investors for Airbnb. We consider that developments like those on Hagley Ave, built with a specific focus on Airbnb, is contrary to the stated objectives and aim of the blueprint for having 30,000 people living in the CBD. We fully support the concerns raised by those in the accommodation sector that have described these type of developments as de facto motel units, Airbnb masquerading as residential dwellings. Regrettably, some 2 years on from our first deputation, I'm back here today. The inactions by this council have allowed a large concentration of medium density developments, many used for Airbnb, to be built within the inner city and in a number of residential neighbourhoods. In our opinion, this has resulted in a population that is transient, developments that offer no sense of community or residential character, and operate as a commercial activity that should have been considered at the time the resource and building consents were submitted by the applicant to this council. Why we are where we are. The council staff, in our view, have adopted a developer-friendly approach to interpreting the district plan. The communities, neighbourhoods, ratepayers negatively impacted by the over-intensification, sadly regarded as the enemies. It would appear the council staff have completely ignored the density limitations to achieve the minimum 30 household units per hectare. The enhanced development mechanism stated as voluntary for developers to adopt when it has a maximum of 65 household units per hectare in medium density residential zones leaves us questioning how can this be lawful. Council planning and urban design staff are completely out of touch with the impact created on neighbourhoods, and there is a perception that they are totally under the spell and sway of developers and their consultants. The views and the rights of neighbours and ratepayers have been trampled upon for far too long by this council, from the council staff and their friendly developers. To say the effects on numerous breaches in most resource consent applications are less than minor is an absolute insult, particularly for those residents most affected by those developments now looking down on them. The staff don't live in these neighbourhoods affected, and sadly it would appear they are completely divorced from reality. The camouflage of jamming in these chicken coop flat pack of the future that then operate commercially as Airbnb and book a batch, etc., is a behaviour, in our opinion, that would appear to breach numerous legislative acts, the District Plan, the Building Act, the RMA, the Residential Tenancy, and most importantly, community rights. The Council report stating that there are poor outcomes in respect to these developments is an appalling indictment and one that potentially places this council at legal risk. Staff approved these over-intensified developments. They monitor the outcomes, and now they should be held fully accountable for their poor judgment and governance of the district plan. Our recommendations. We fully support the public notification as indicated. However, we make the following additional comments. Eliminate the less than minor concept, which is a farce. Permit all interested parties and neighbours to be notified and heard, and avoid restricted discretionary designations that is a total developer-friendly situation and has no benefit to the neighbours. Get rid of the urban design function as the Auckland Council has done. There is zero empathy to neighbourhoods as shown in the poor outcomes in their own report as it reveals. Ban all B&B and short-term accommodation unhosted in residential zones, especially in medium density. Require Airbnb applicants to meet all Building Act and RMA rules and any other relevant regulations for them to also be levied as commercial ratepayers. Require any permitted Airbnb to meet all costs associated with environmental monitoring and compliance. We strongly object to the new national policy standard that aims to increase identification of our suburbs and believe this council should request a dispensation from the government. And finally, it is our most strongly held belief that the mistakes and the misinterpretations of the district plan has significantly eroded public confidence and trust towards this council. As such, we believe it is incumbent upon all elected members to request written advice from the Minister for the Environment, the Minister of Local Government, on the basis that affected residents and interested parties believe a full judicial review funded by this council is now required. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
What would we...
Before we move on to the item itself, I just want to clean up this agenda because we're obviously going to run out of time, and there has been some concern that we will rush it, which is definitely not the intention, and we will adjourn and continue tomorrow at 2 o'clock because we will not get through it today. But item 11, the transport bi-monthly report, I'm going to withdraw. Item 10 is also withdrawn. I just want to test the thank you, Chamber about item 9.
Second.
Okay. All those in favour? So, hang on. Sorry. Item 9, which is the Plan Change 3, Ferrymead Transmission Corridor. I just want to test the room to make sure everyone's happy with that before we, otherwise we'll go on to it and we'll get that moved and sorted. So.
Yes, happy with it.
Okay, excellent. So it's been moved by Jake, seconded by Sarah. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Woo. Right, so that now means the last item left on the agenda is item 7, which is the short-term accommodation district plan change recommendation. I'll ask Alison and Mark to come back up to the table so we can start. Is there anything you want to add before we start questions?
No, happy to start with the questions.
Okay. I'll quickly add then, because obviously I assume all the councillors have received a lot of emails over the course of the last couple of days, plus we've obviously heard a lot of deputations as well, and it just appears that through some of the deputations and emails there may be a slight amount of confusion about actually the process that we're following and actually some of the recommendations within this plan change. This is actually quite a long process that started a while back and has reached obviously the point it is now. The decision we are making today is to decide whether as a council we notify this plan change to the district plan, which also will require more public consultation, which will allow everyone to have another chance to have their say to a hearings panel that would actually make that recommendation back to council. So it's quite a rigorous process, and it's actually going through submissions. So it's actually going through quite a rigorous process before it even comes to a final decision, which is still some way off. And I think what may be missing somewhere is actually currently the district plan actually makes unhosted home accommodation a discretionary activity, which means that actually at the moment already require a resource consent. Also, the hosted accommodation, apart from some minor rule changes, which obviously we've heard from the deputations about their concern of that, is actually staying the same as a permitted activity. So it just seems that I think some people may not be quite understanding the detail of actually what we're proposing to change. And from what I've seen, there's two distinct stakeholder groups, and one believes we've gone too far, the other believes we haven't gone far enough. And potentially that means we're striking the right balance between both groups, because it's going to be very hard to actually please everyone. But on that note, I just want to open it up to questions. Andrew?
Thank you. I've got two questions and they both relate to the same matter. So settlements on Banks Peninsula are clearly going to be affected by these changes. I'm keen to know which settlements will be affected and which settlements won't. So the proposal as it currently stands presumably includes clearly residential areas such as Littleton, Diamond Harbour, Little River. It also includes Akaroa, where there have been many holiday homes established for many, many years. So the question is to check that it includes all of those areas, but also will some of the bays where much development has been specifically holiday homes, places like Little Akaloa, Wainui, French Farm, and Rapaki was also mentioned in one of the submissions, will those areas also be included?
So within the settlements in Banks Peninsula and sort of the Akaroa town centre and the residential areas around that, those are zoned as a residential zone. So they would still require controlled activity resource consent for the first 60 days, but the rural areas outside of the centres would have the rural rules. So it would be permitted for the first 180 days.
So what are we calling the centres and what are we calling the rural areas? So, you know, Little Akaloa, for example, is there residential there and is that rural? Wainui, for example, is that residential or is it rural? Little River, what of that is considered residential and what's considered rural?
We might just be able to pull the map.
So the zone in question that, so the majority of Banks Peninsula is zoned as rural. There is what's called a residential small settlement zone that applies to some of the settlements on Banks Peninsula, including Akaroa, Littleton, Little River. I'll just need to refer to, for a complete list, all of those. The balance are zoned rural, so it won't be a moment.
Right, thank you.
Nice music playing in the background. How long is it going to take to find the information you're looking for?
If we can come back to that in a moment.
You've got another question? Then?
Yeah, I've got another question. That'll need to be answered before we come into debate, obviously. But yeah, I apologise for not putting the question through earlier. So, depending on the answer to that question, option 3C, area-based provisions for a more enabling approach, and Banks Peninsula is one area that could be considered for that. If there was a desire to achieve a more enabling approach in that way for Banks Peninsula by way of an amendment today, what would that result in terms of process? I'm assuming that the proposal could be amended and then go out for consultation with that amendment without any need for further decision making by the committee before that, as long as any amendment was clear enough?
So this, if the committee's decision is to notify the plan change, as through the submissions and through the hearings process, there's an opportunity to look at the arguments for amending the district plan, including potentially a different approach on Banks Peninsula. I'm sorry
to interrupt. You're answering the question differently than it was put. If there was a desire to amend the proposal today, so amending the proposal before it goes out for consultation, I appreciate there's a process for picking up feedback during consultation process that may result in change. But from a point of view of, from my point of view, if I was wanting to see something different than we're going out with in the agenda that's put in front of us today, if I was keen to see a change to the proposal before it went out, is it as simple as getting an amendment carried today which is clear enough to be able to be implemented and a change to the proposal be made, and then can we go out and consult? without a need to bring the amended version back to the committee for further approval?
So a resolution could be made today of a change to what is before you. That would require a subsequent review of the evaluation that accompanies the plan change. So it would be both changes to the package of rules that are before you, and review and changes to the Section 32 report, which is the assessment of options and benefits and costs of those, and whether which option best achieve the purpose of the RMA. That would take some time, so it would delay notification, but to answer your question, a resolution could be made today to reflect that change if it was so desired.
Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, so my question's around the points that have been raised by a number of submitters today, not for the hosted, but the non-hosted, and the even getting to an even playing field around health and safety and rating. Going through this entire process, how does that get us to that eventual outcome?
So there's a number of different things that the council can look at in order to...
Through this process?
Well, so the district plan is
separate to?
Yeah, the district plan is a separate process.
Yeah.
So there's also the requirements from the Building Act, which sit at the national level, and those are primarily the requirements around health and safety and access for disabled persons. And there's also, rates is also a separate process. So like I said, the council can consider that through the long-term plan process and through the rating policy. So this is only one component of it, which is the rules in the district plan around what requires a resource consent or doesn't require a resource consent in different parts of the district. And there's an opportunity through those other processes to look at whether or not there's other opportunities to level the playing field. In terms of the district plan, we can't consider trade competition. So the justification for the district plan rules isn't around leveling the playing field, it's around looking at what are the environmental effects of these different types of activities, and what are the types of activities where we need to have a closer look to make sure that they're being managed, to manage the impacts on neighbours and on the wider community.
So by and large, the majority of issues that were raised today are not addressed in this process at all, are they?
I think the issues around where's the appropriate point to require a resource consent is relevant to the decision that the council is making today. Some of the questions around the health and safety issues and the rates issues are managed through different processes.
Right, so I recently read a contract for buying a property in Lakes District, Wanaka, not Queenstown, but still same rules I'm assuming, and you had to pay commercial rates because it was for short term, you could use it yourself, but so on and so forth, had a whole lot of health and safety. So why are they there and we're not?
So there's a separate process for the council to consider how it applies residential rates through the long-term plan and through the rating policy. Well,
essentially, if you buy a unit like in a Fletcher one or wherever in town, and you're going to rent it out, you're just buying a hotel room or a motel room, just one, or you might buy 5, whatever, depends on how much you've got to spend, but that's all it is. It's a hotel or a motel room. Why is that not treated as such? If you're not there, hosted aside, that's completely different.
We have some colleagues that are waiting in the other room that are looking at the rates issue, so we could ask them to come in to address that issue. But I think that the decision for the committee today is around the district plan, and there's a separate consultation process that's required to change rates.
Yeah,
so
we don't necessarily need that today, Mike, but we can address it when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Melanie.
A couple of questions. First, and most of it's around the proposed control activity for the 1 to 60 nights. So first, how did you come up with this proposal for 1 to 60 instead of 1 to something else?
So we looked at a number of different scenarios, and we wanted to recognize that there's a lot of different types of visitor accommodation that's offered in residential units. So you'll have scenarios where people live in the unit and then they go away on holiday for a couple of weeks, all the way to scenarios where there isn't a full-time resident in the unit. And we were looking at what are the opportunities to enable people who do actually live there to let it out while they're away. And if you look at generally the amount of holiday time that people would usually have, the number of statutory holidays, it gets up to maybe around 60 days. We also looked at some of the restrictions on other non-residential activities in residential zones. So things like preschools and those types of activities are required to be closed on Sundays. And the purpose of that is to give some respite to the neighbors so they have some assurance that it's not going to be all weekend, every weekend. And so we looked at about 60 days as an appropriate amount to recognize that in some situations people do live there. They want some flexibility to let their house out. But we also need to look at that in terms of what we're enabling for other types of non-residential activities in those zones.
Right, thanks. And with the controlled, if someone's applying for this controlled resource consent, what exactly would be controlled? Can you sort of summarise that?
So the plan sets out the matters of control. So any conditions that were placed on the application would have to be within those matters of control. So there are things like making sure that the neighbors have contact information, that the guests have information around where they can park or can't park, that the unit's distinctive, so you don't have situations where people are knocking on all the neighbors' doors trying to find the right units. Managing outdoor recreation areas, so if they've got pools or tennis courts or outdoor stereo systems, just making sure that there's some controls around how those are being used. And just making sure that make sure the bins go out and come back in, that the landscaping's being maintained. So it's those types of things that we want to make sure are still happening when there isn't a permanent resident there.
Great, thanks. And one more. Just what, in terms of someone applying for these resource consents, is there a difference in cost for applying for one that's controlled versus discretionary?
So a controlled activity consent for this type of activity would, like we said, potentially be within about 1,000 to 2,000. Discretionary and non-complying activities become more complex because there's more issues that can be looked at. And because we're also proposing policies around trying to ensure that the residential unit is still being used as a residence, which makes it more challenging to demonstrate that that's the case for those types of applications. But they can be more expensive, but they're unlikely to be more than, I think it would be like a very complex resource consent would potentially get up to 20,000, but I don't think that would be the norm for those types of activities.
Thanks, Alison.
Yeah.
Tim, nothing for you? James Goff.
Thanks, just off mute there. A couple of questions from me. First up, look, it's proposed that the hosted accommodation is a permitted activity, but with restrictions applying on likes of arrival times, gathering numbers and so forth. How would those be enforced, and is there a cost to the applicant for that?
So there's two additional standards that are proposed for hosted accommodation. So one of them is around very late night arrivals. So people allowing check-in or check-out from the unit after 10 p.m. and before 6 a.m. And those could be enforced by generally, the issue is around people making a lot of noise as they're coming in or coming out. And if we receive complaints about that, then there would be the opportunity to investigate that. And the same with larger functions. So if there was a really large wedding reception or something that had been organized on the site, there would be the opportunity for the compliance team to assess that against the rules.
Okay, so and the second part of the question was, is there a cost to the applicant for this, or is that essentially that no consent is required and nothing more is no other cost is borne by the applicant?
If so, in terms of monitoring the consent conditions, that's cost recoverable for the council. So if the we've got someone from the compliance team who might to come in and answer.
I think you're saying what I'm saying is, if it is a permitted activity, it isn't. They don't need to require. They're not required to do anything additionally. Does the applicant need to outlay any cost to do that, or can they just simply get on with doing what they do within the guidelines the council has specified?
So as part of the consent, in some cases there's monitoring.
In respect of a permitted activity, they can get on and. To repeat that, for a permitted activity, they can just get on and commence the operation.
Okay, so but then we then would place restrictions on arrival times and gathering numbers and so forth. So I guess then my question is, why can't such controls on noise and numbers and bins and everything like that be managed under existing regulations like it would for URI?
I think there's a number of different types of sites, and there might be different ways to mitigate the effects that are different for those different sites. So in my view, I think controlled activity status is more appropriate because it provides more flexibility to come up with the best solution for that site. And given the sort of the number of impacts that were highlighted in the feedback, I think controlled activity status gives that opportunity to look at the whole package and to come up with the best solution for it.
I think the just to supplement that, the difference relative to URI is the visitors to a site may not be familiar with requirements, and there's potentially issues arising that wouldn't otherwise arise with the permanent resident being on the same site.
Yes, but they'd get pretty familiar with it fast if they had a loud party there and noise control arrived.
Sorry, I missed the last part of what you said.
They would get acclimatised to the rules pretty quickly, though, wouldn't they? If someone later complained to neighbour due to having a loud party and noise control arrived and seized their stereo.
Certainly the host would, but visitors to the site wouldn't. Granted that once the consent's in place, it's enduring for any subsequent visitors, but unless there's the appropriate controls put in place in the first instance, then there's a risk of adverse effects arising for the first visitor and subsequent visitors.
Okay, so help me out with this one. If I can just use, like, say, a real example, which I imagine a lot of people are in. I guess I'm concerned that I don't want the unintended consequences to span too far. Totally appreciate the need to tame the Wild West in some areas, like the residential hotels, for lack of a better word. No question there. But say someone has a batch in Akaroa, to use Andrew's example there, and they rent it out a few weekends, a week or a year or something like that. So it's under that 60 days. Maybe it's 10 days a year or something. It's rented on Airbnb. Would that cost them anything? Do they have to do anything differently? Do they don't need a resource consent by the sounds of things?
So if the batch is in a rural area?
Yeah, so say Akaroa.
So if it's in a residential area in Akaroa, then they would require the controlled activity consent for the first 60 days.
Right. Okay. All right. So I guess following on from that, in the emails that a number of the elected members have got, there's been the suggestion made that what's being proposed would be potentially one of the most punitive approaches in New Zealand. Is that true? If so, why? And if not, why not?
I think it's comparable to the provisions in Queenstown. So in Queenstown, they have a high-density residential zone where it's a permitted activity, but in the rest of the residential zones, it's a controlled activity for the first 90 days. So those provisions are subject to appeal, but I think that's comparable to what's being proposed here. So.
Okay, that's right. Thanks.
Thank you. Yanni? Just 1 second.
Based on what we've heard today, are there any changes you'd recommend to the document you've got before us?
I think that there's the opportunity through the submission and hearings process to consider additional feedback and potential for changes, and that's a robust process that allows people to respond to those potential changes. So based on the deputations that I heard today, I'd still support the plan changes as it's been proposed to go forward for notification, and noting that there's still the opportunity through the hearings process to consider any issues that are raised.
So if we wanted to move an amendment, for example, around Central City to go to 3A, we could do that here and now?
I would just note to caution around it. The evaluation that has been carried out to ascertain the preferred option required some assessment of the costs and benefits of the different options, but also an assessment of consistency with higher order documents. In the context of the Central City, there's the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan that is still in play until July of next year. By that I mean we are required to be consistent with that document. If we were to propose a different approach for the Central City, we'd need to consider the extent to which it's consistent with the recovery plan, and I don't know that we could do that by way of a response on the spot.
I mean, I think based on what I've heard from staff, and given there's a huge number of questions, and the meeting was supposed to finish 4 minutes ago, it would seem to me logical to actually take time, work through what amendments we wanted to put forward, have staff advice. But I personally can't see what the point is having all these submissions today and then not be able to make changes based on what we've heard. So,
yeah, they're not submissions, they're deputations. It's totally different. We'll have to see. Obviously, there's a couple of people signalling amendments, and if those amendments are supported, which we don't know yet, then obviously we'll have to work out the consequence of that. So we won't be able to make a decision on this report today.
So we're not even in a position to move.
Well, actually, I will be happy to move this as it stands, and then we can see if there's amendments. But have you got any other questions?
Well, sorry, I just want to be clear then. If I move the Central City amendment to 3A, is that a possible amendment that I can move today based on what I've just heard from council staff?
If you choose to move the amendment and it's supported, then it'll have to go into their substantive. But we won't be able to make a final decision today until we actually have more information on actually the effect of that decision, and it'll have to come back to the committee for a final decision.
Also, if I can add, option 3A is an area-specific approach. It's not the detail of, it doesn't specify what the rules would be for an area-specific approach, recognising that it's bespoke to an area. If we were to put forward an alternative of 3A for the Central City, we would really need to work through what is the appropriate threshold, what are the appropriate standards that would be put in place of what we're proposing. Also, just a note of caution that if we're proposing an approach for the Central City, it does there's a risk that you're subject to whether it's more restrictive or permissive, saying that the effects of this activity in the Central City are different to effects in a suburban context. So if I can use an example of that, a multi-unit complex in a Central City context, the effects are potentially no different of that compared with a multi-unit complex in a suburb of Christchurch. And if you were to propose a different approach for the Central City, then you would need to justify that the effects are different and warrants a different approach to manage those effects compared to what might be a similar development in a suburban context. That's right.
Yeah. And just a final question, in terms of the issue of central government, like aside from the National Register, is there any sort of progress on what they're doing? It does seem to me a bit kind of bizarre that locally we're going to spend a whole bunch of time and energy and resources on something that is actually a national and possibly an international issue, but certainly a national issue. So is there anything else happening other than a national register by central government?
We know that there's a working group that's been formed by MB to look at a range of issues, but we don't have any clarity at this point around if that's strictly looking at the registration issue, which is different to district plan rules. So the benefits of registration is around the ease of enforcing the rules. Generally, each council still determines its own land use unless there's been a national direction. So we haven't had any indication that a national direction is likely to be forthcoming in the short to medium term, which is why we're recommending the proposed plan change.
And just I guess just one final question was just the 12 properties in Sumner. Are we aware of it, and have we taken enforcement on that? I mean, it does seem quite incredible.
I don't think that's relevant to the decision we're making right now. Is there any other questions? Sarah, did you have a question?
Just a process question. If people are putting forward amendments or different options, I mean, an amendment's one thing, but putting up a different option is probably a foreshadowed motion. But if we were trying to do that today, and things just went through today, does that put us at any legal risk for process? Because I know that there's very strong views with probably lots of lawyers on both sides. I think there's three kind of clear parties. There's the residents, the hosts, and then the sort of the hospitality.
Yeah, I've already stated that actually if someone puts an amendment, we're not going to carry anything as a substantive that's going to actually change what we currently have, and it'll have to come back.
Follow-up was how much more time does that take for us to go through a whole new process to get to here? To bring a new paper back with the new amendment with the new bits and pieces.
The task of putting forward a different proposal or preferred option would require justification through the Section 32 report. To present a Section 32 report that supports any revised preferred option requires some evidence and would require consideration of that revised preferred option against higher order documents and what the effects are. So it's not it depends on the degree of change, of course. If it's minor, then it's a shorter exercise, but if it's more substantial, then it's several weeks.
But the thing is, we've got a Section 32A report here, which backs up the preferred option, and it's not likely we would end up with a different outcome if we went through the same process again. Because it's been clear and there's been lots of evidence and lots of engagement already.
That's right. So
yeah.
Would have to have some new information to justify a different approach.
Yeah.
Okay. Jay?
Yeah, just a question of you, Mr. Chair. So are you saying that if we propose amendments, you won't deal with the substantive today, or if amendments are supported? Because
the first decision I'm going to make is whether actually the amendment is in order. If it is in order and it does carry, we're not going to be able to pass this whole thing today because we actually need to know the impact of that, and which will take a lot of time.
Which would bring it back into order, I would have thought.
So if there are, I've moved this as Councillor Templeton seconded it.
Right. Well.
Yeah. So Andrew's still waiting for the answer to his very first question.
And I have an answer. The residential small settlement affects a number of settlements on Banks Peninsula. I'll briefly give you some examples. Takamatua, Barry's Bay, Tekau Bay, Birdlings Flats, Pigeon Bay, Pureale, Governor's Bay, Cass Bay, Littleton, Akaroa, Rapaki. Outside the larger settlements of Littleton and Akaroa, the areas that are zoned as residential are relatively small. So taking Takamatua as an example, it is those properties that are residential and more residential in nature, rather than extending into what are larger properties.
So Little Akaloa, for example, which is almost
Akaroa.
entirely made up of batches.
Little Akaroa, there is part of it is zoned residential small settlement.
So would be covered by these provisions.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
For completeness, I've emailed that list through.
Thank you.
Oh,
No, you're right, James.
Okay. Can you just confirm what you said? I missed. Me? I missed what you said about 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay. We're going to finish at 1:30 today. Hopefully I'm going to get through all the questions so we actually know where we're at, and then we'll adjourn it, and then we'll recommence the meeting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah. Jimmy?
Thank you, Chair. Quickly ask, because particular 5.1, the staff report emphasized public engagement already done, and 570 the kind of response received. So, but that's before the lockdown of COVID-19, am I right? Mm-hmm. But now we public notification for all those proposed different plan change 4. I just want to know the process exactly the same or still different, because now we process this plan review. There's a hearing panel, then make a decision, then open public make a submission. Am I right?
Yes, that's right.
So that's a total difference from
before, prior to the lockdown?
Yeah, so the process that we undertook before the lockdown was an informal engagement process to get the views of the community on some broad policy directions that we could be moving in. What we have now is a specific proposal, which we're proposing for notification, and that goes into a more formal process where there's an opportunity for people to put in submissions and attend a hearing. So it's a little bit of a different process. But
thank you.
Before you ask your question, Andrew, I'm just going to slightly change how I was going to actually run these amendments. I'm not going to make them as amendments. They're actually direct negatives to what we are actually putting forward, which is the staff's preferred option. So I'm going to treat them as foreshadowed motions, and therefore we'll be moving the actual resolutions in front of us that I've moved first, and then if they fail, then we'll look at the two foreshadowed motions if they do come. Looking at the time in front of us now, I don't want to start the debate today. We'll start the debate tomorrow at 2 p.m. So that will actually give the time for Andrew and Yanni, if you're going to put forward a foreshadowed motion, to actually write that up. So do you have any questions?
Well, I mean, my amendment is that the proposal be amended. So I question why that wouldn't be an amendment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, you know, I may or may not be comfortable with what's in front of us, depending on how or whether it's amended.
Yeah. So the question is, and in front of us at the moment, there's two things we're making a decision on. One is whether we notify the plan change, which I don't think's in question with what you want to go with your amendment. The other one is actually if we're going to agree to the preferred recommendation from the officers. What you're saying is you don't actually agree with that, you want to put something different in front of us. To me, that is a direct negative. So therefore, I'm treating it as a foreshadowed motion. That's my answer to that. Do you have any questions, though, further before we adjourn the meeting?
Can we get some advice on that? I mean, I certainly aren't wanting to undermine you, but
we
I
obviously have 25 hours before we pre-adjourn, so we'll get some advice. Are there any more questions? Leanne?
I want people to be, because I mean the RMA process is not a straightforward process. So I guess my question is, for clarification, if the councillors had an opinion that we wanted to do something to our district plan and notify it, could you create a Section 32 report to support it if there wasn't the evidence to back it up?
we couldn't prepare a Section 32 report that didn't support the direction that we were recommending. But there would be the need for.
In the Section 32 report, evidence is a key component, as is consideration of whether the preferred option achieves higher order direction from national and regional planning documents. There's also a consideration of its the extent to which the preferred option achieves the purpose of the Act. Without justification, we wouldn't be able to put forward a Section 32 report.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that bothers me is that, that we can end up debating issues that without understanding the structure of what is a very, very legalistic process, and these things are often of necessity. They have to meet the requirements of the Act in order for the district plan change to actually occur.
That's right. And we are going into a process where, whilst what we are seeking to have approval of is to be notified, it's through this process there'll be submissions that seek changes, no doubt, and what comes back to the council for approval of is ultimately the important point in this process. What you're dealing with is essentially a proposal to notify. This is going to come back to you in a revised form, no doubt, which is recommendations of a commissioner, and then council will be considering a different plan change before it, which reflects the recommendations, and there'll be an opportunity to consider what it is then, and I have no doubt that it's potentially different to what we're notifying now. So council can seek to make amendments that it wishes to the plan change, assuming there is justification for it, that we can have a section 32. But with any process under the RMA, there's a likelihood of changes being made after even any amendments are made today. So the submissions process is still available.
And if the council makes a decision then to adjust the actual amendment to the district plan, it can be appealed by anyone who's submitted on it. Is that right?
That's right, yes. So even if council approves the recommendations of the commissioners or the hearings panel to what's been sought through submissions, there's a right of appeal beyond that. So that's where ultimately the courts will determine the appropriate outcome. And whilst after appeals it comes back to council, there's very limited grounds for council to depart from what the court will decide.
Yep. Thank you.
Are these questions of this is question time?
Yep.
Is it? Okay. Are you as chair aware that I'm disappointed that I'm not going to be able to attend tomorrow? Because I understand why you're doing this, but you know it's an important issue. But I cannot attend because I'll be going into hospital tomorrow afternoon after falling from my bike. So having an operation. So I won't be here, and I'm really disappointed about that. But I do understand the circumstances. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that because obviously originally we were hoping to have this concluded today, and so we've taken up time at the council meeting to finish it off. So apologies that you can't make it tomorrow.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is there any more questions on the item in front of us? Otherwise, I'm going to move to adjourn, to lay this on the table until we adjourn the meeting. And reconvene tomorrow in the council chamber at. Oh.
Wait. What time of the community boards are going to? I've got to hear the community boards. That's why.
Yeah. It's actually on there for conclusion, but.
What time do they come? No. But say. Can we adjourn to 11:30, for example? Is that safe?
So,
or they say on time that would be safe. 11:30 is an hour and a half, no?
For tomorrow. Oh, for you, for your community board chairs.
No, for yours. If you could adjourn to 11:30 tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it's how it
and then you
affects
would adjourn council until after the end of this. All right, so we do it in the middle.
Yep.
James can be here for
Okay.
this.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The other stuff, which is really exciting.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be helpful.
Yep.
I wasn't being grumpy either.
Sounded grumpy, James.
Oh, I was phrasing it as a question. Are you aware?
I'm helping you.
Okay, do I have someone to second that? Tim? All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? Carried. So the meeting's adjourned till 11:30 tomorrow, where we'll finish this item.